Today is called expiration. You know what that means? No, it's a contract roll. Like roll into a new contract today. Um, like it's like a binary event, but with us being so far down, there's a chance we rip faces off today. What am I doing here? What is this only feed? What is going on with YouTube? Only feet. Black market show. Nvidia earnings. Hey, what's up, Princess? How are you? Good to see you. I'll be on here in just a minute. I'm having some technical difficulties here in the background. No, I think it was the cat. Gap and roll right here. Close the gap right here. And by the way, we're murdering the VIX today. We could squeeze. Check 1, 2. We're supposed to be going down today. Hang tight, I gotta close some calls. I might just leave them on all day long. Check 1, 2. Can you get me the councilman's number, please? Can you email me his number? Or email me his contact or something? Thank you. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Baby, you know how I feel. Do 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 do. Are you almost done? Does that mean I have to stop paying? I can stop paying money for braces? I ain't getting out of this live, boys. I just got it told that my my oldest daughter just got back home from her orthodontist, and the good news was that her orthodonty or braces is ending early. So I get to save some money. And I said, oh, that's good news. And then my wife just said to me, not good news. Now your other daughter is going to start going to the orthodontist. So I guess not such great news. The other thing this morning, so I apologize for the stream being up late. I came in my office, my camera and wires were down. I was like, the cat must have done this, the asshole cat or something. And so I got it fixed. And then my wife screamed. And the reason why the reason why my cat attacked my camera was because there was a bird in my house. The James household. So my wife screams, the cat finally caught the bird twice. And my wife made the cat let the bird go. The bird is alive. So now I know what happened inside of my office. That's a true story. Okay, so a few things here. Off the bell, I was looking for to close. So let's go over this really quick. So off the bell, I was looking for a gap to close the gap and roll down here. And we didn't do that. I'm still actually long calls right now. And there's a reason why I wanted to look at this. And the reason being is the conversation that we had in the Discord at the close yesterday. This actually stems from the close yesterday. Let's talk about this right here. So this is 1600. We're gonna go right back here. We're probably gonna squeeze all day, and I'm gonna explain some of this stuff to you. But when we were in this close yesterday up here, we had a bunch of resistance above us, and we were like kind of parked around. And I'm like, I've got us going down tomorrow. We should probably squeeze all of these people out. If I was a dealer, I would squeeze you out. I would murder your puts, and then we would blast down today, right? And instead, there was this like little line we needed to touch here or something. And I was like, I'm fine with this. We'll squeeze them out at the end of the day right there. Something like that, right? And instead, we started blasting down to the close yesterday. And when we did that, I said to myself, something's fucking wrong. This chain has to be wrong. So before the close yesterday, I looked at the calls for tomorrow, and I was in 0 dates. So I looked at the calls for today, which is for today, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And I'm like, I get like, calls should be like, $1 or something for like a 30 delta or something. Those are like $4. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So then I start looking at all the call buying yesterday for today and tomorrow, and it's just stacked with calls. And we went into the Discord yesterday and we hashed it out for about an hour or two. And I could only come up with a few different things. I'm like, save the markets for OPEX would make sense. People have spreads on they want to close in OPEX. It could also be I'm short the market and I have to hedge a squeeze. And then today is expiration. Now, VIX had a high of $26. That's about where we need to be for a holiday rally. It's like 23 to 26, 27. If you go back to all the bull runs to 2017, it's not $20, it's like $23 to $27 for that, to hit that VIX for us to do the holiday rally. So today's expiration, we've got OPEX on Friday. That's like we get very wound into it. People tell you that's not the case, but it is. We get very wound into it. And we came into a high VIX on expiration. And then yesterday, I think I looked at who did I talk to yesterday? What's his name here? Demigod. They were talking, and I'm like, we need to start looking at the VIX history. And so him and I looked at months VIX where there's an edge to being red on expiration. And so I said, did we just price it in yesterday? Like, did we front run expiration yesterday? And the months where it was actually flat or green, we probably were down heading into those expirations. And so this morning, I've got us going down. I got us going all the way down here. And, every expiration I have us charted, either down or up or something, and we go the opposite. Almost every expiration. So this morning, just where we are here, we're squeezing up here to close the gap. And I would not be shocked for us to have either an up and flat day or just an up all day long kind of thing. And you also have to remember that we got OPEX on Friday. And OPEX is going to likely, let me just take a look at this really quick. We've got some targets here at 680 and 660. That puts us at about 670. Or like a gamma pin, probably right in the middle. We're currently trading 666. We got 2 days left. Now let's look at something else here. I always like to talk about this where, let me just get rid of this really quick. Close that up. Whenever we come into like a monthly OPEX, you got to remember we started the month somewhere in here. Take money and run. A bunch of buyers for 700. Early buyers. They whipsaw us down. This is for 7,000. And dealers are like, fuck you, we're going down here. And if you think about OPEX, this here's 670 right in between this place here. So whether you whipsaw up here, back down here to Wednesday, or we just grind up, this is kind of like the middle of the road right here. So every month we tend to like hone in on we'll get wrangled back into where we need to be for OPEX. We'll print all of this stuff. And I think yesterday we talked about call fly sellers and condor sellers, and they usually wrap shit up as we come into OPEX. The other thing from yesterday we talked about was when we start to come down here, like here, here, and here, you'll probably see a lot of put selling to, to suckers. Just like you see call selling back on the start of the month. Sell a bunch of 7,000 calls, and you come down here, you sell a bunch of below 643 puts, like crash puts, that kind of stuff. They're meant to go and die, basically. Now, what is fascinating in here is as we come into OPEX, which is Friday, and get like this, like park it in here kind of a thing. You could even see us hit 7,000, believe it or not. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it's more or less like come in here. Now, what's fascinating is that the roll of options, some of it happens on OPEX, but most of it happens at month end. You get it's two bands. So basically, back in time, you get people that open options for OPEX because those are the only ones available. And they only open options for the month end because only those are available. You won't see like a week, like dailies and stuff open months before. They don't open up new options on the chain until more time passes, we get more interest and we get closer and people are willing to sell those, whether those are liquidity providers or actual stock holders or ETF holders in this case. Now you also have the first in here. So you get a little bit of like unclenching going on after OPEX, and then you get more potential unclenching in month end. And that's where the key is for this end of year. Where are we when people are rolling out? And I want to tell you right now that in 2018, the VIX expiration and OPEX were in reverse. But it's going to matter. It really, truly is going to matter where the market is on OPEX and on month end. And if we have, I've told you yesterday in the Discord that sentiment matters. So sentiment matters. We know that, right? You can get like, oh my God, I got a hedge and we're going to crash. Kind of behavior in these periods. You could see some, when the roll happens, you could see some doomish price action, but then dealers would counter that trade. That's how you get to 700, 685, 700 by the doom. Now, once those puts are all dead, we can actually roll into January, February, or whatever. Now it's kind of complicated. It's dynamic. It can change as time passes. Um, I was in the, that call buying yesterday, and whoever the fuck was buying those calls, there was a lot of OI on that shit. Nobody cared. Buy it all. We have Nvidia earnings today. If you make all this money on the downside, why are you risk on into a potentially positive catalyst, even if it doesn't print? So this looks like some hedging to me, or buying back, or selling puts, basically to suckers. And a lot of call buying in here too. So we'll like that we could continue on with this later. This is still valid too, believe it or not, at the moment. So if you, instead of having a 1 day blast down on VIX, it becomes like this 1 day cranker straight up, and then we come straight back down in the line again. It could literally go vertical today. Just the inverse of a expiration down day. So just be aware of that as the day moves forward. Put this back over here. Just be aware of this today. And I still have calls on from the close yesterday, as of this morning. So hold on, we'll come back to this one right here. We are coming into the first, second 4 hour resistance point right here. I'm actually going to close now. Hold on. It's not that good of a day. It's okay. It's not that I'm not making that much money. Close the gap and roll. Almost a near pin strike there. We'll see if these 10 a.m. flows are bullish or bearish here in just a moment. Also note that VIX is getting murdered right now. It's coming into its hourly trigger at the moment. What is going on here? No, just stop that. We also have a weekly target above at 674.79 and 678.37, and the daily trigger above from here. Just a heads up to you out there. If there was a target on the day, uh, 679.13, believe it or not. And that would be fucking pure insanity, but I've seen crazier shits. Like Vixpiration's this weird fucking. I don't want to say it's weird. It's a contract role for VIX, but we want to watch this. We want to watch this 10 a.m. hour here and see if we have more buy it all back flows for OPEX. Yeah, I had connectivity problems with X this morning too. I've had problems the past 2 days with Vic or with I'm still having problems. I tried to do some GIFs or something. I couldn't do any shit posting or whatever yesterday in the afternoon. Just a quick second here. Go over to this trigger screen. So let me just show you what this would look like. Where is it at? Yeah, this is it over here. This would be the inverse expiration target. This would blast out every fucking short out of the market here. I'm not gonna tell you we're getting here, but just note that 679.13 is possible. I don't think that happens, but Vixpiration, if we go down in Vixpiration, it's usually a bloodbath. You come back like nothing happened the next day. That would be something where we literally like fucking crank up here. And then we like park for 670 on OPEX. Just like grind sideways into Friday. I'm warning you. You're getting a warning. It's 10:25 in the morning. I'm letting you know that there's potential for this. We saw it yesterday. We talked about it in the Discord yesterday. I didn't give it a high probability, but the one thing that fucking bugged the shit out of me yesterday was that call. Like the thing that caught my eye was the thing that caught my eye was the like there was like 0 dates for today that were like 30, 40 delta at the top that were like $5, $6, $7, $4. I'm like, this is fucking insane. I'm like we're like as buried up as you can be, and we've got calls for $4 for a fucking 0 day for tomorrow. I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I'm like, like I get $1 or $2 or something. Normally, when you have that, like a normal day without a binary event, or without a binary event, it'd be like $1 or $2, and you could take all their money, right? You go down, you don't ladder down, but you you like staircase down that day. You swipe their $1 or $2, you swipe a couple of bucks on some outside the money stuff. And yesterday I thought was fishy. Looked like somebody knew more than the rest of us. And that sell into the bell yesterday didn't make sense to me either. That was dealers fucking hedging an up move today. That's what it was. So give me a second here. Oh, sorry. Hold on here. Yeah, that shit stunk to high heaven, didn't it, Demi? That shit was like yesterday. I was like, we should have fucking mooned that bell. I was like, fuck that noise. What the fuck is going on? I was like, this is completely illogical. Demi picked up on it. He knew. I was like, I never see that shit. I was like, this will be the first goddamn time ever. I'm like, this shit is not, I've never seen this. I mean, some shit's gonna happen a certain way. Yeah, Berlin, you were there too. I would say scrap any downside plans for today. We're going up. We're probably going to go up all the way into the bell. More than likely. A high probability. Or stay green and sideways all day long. We ain't going down. I don't think so. When we started selling that bell yesterday, I was like, fuck no. I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, we should be squeezing every goddamn bell right now. Like every bell should be squeezing because we're gonna roll down. Like you murder the puts, then we roll the fuck down. I'm just like, I'm like, something's wrong. Like we're in like a bull run or a bull, but we're by the dip. We should sell the bell, right? We should sell the fucking bell. We shouldn't squeeze. We squeeze every once in a while, but not often. Not with an edge. I was like, no, I was like, something's wrong. We're going up. I'm flat right now, but we'll take a look and see if we can back test this, and maybe we can start ramping this today. All right, let's take a look at this from the perspective of a buyer instead of a seller for 1 day for expiration. So we got to talk about some other stuff today too. We'll look for back tests on the 5-minute trigger here. We get the first squeeze. We'll try to make a little triangle here and see if we can get one more leg or two out of this. And we are at 10 a.m. We got some other stuff to talk about too. I put a post out on Twitter this morning. I don't know if it's on there. I don't know if it actually posted or not. Twitter, I've been having problems with Twitter the past 2 days. And we have to talk about the market. And we're going to segue this morning into that conversation. So I don't want to be misunderstood. And when I've been in this situation in the past, I've been misunderstood. This wouldn't be my first time where we are. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. I did start a brief on this. It's not done, but I did start it. I need to change the verb, not change it, but I need to make sure the verbiage is crystal clear. So where we are in the market right now, I have been here before and a few times. And I've made statements like, we can put in a new high, but that doesn't mean that we're not still in risk off. And no, I'm good now. I'm fine. Thank you. This morning's already been crazy enough. So making that statement angers a lot of people. And also people will hear what they want to hear and not the rest. Their takeaway is he's bearish or he's bullish if it turns around. It's almost like a spot up, vol up type situation. It's not quite that, but it's similar to it. Like spot up, vol up's really weird. When the conditions are present, sometimes we don't go up. Then the conditions dissipate. Sometimes when we have spot up, vol up conditions, we go vertical. And everybody's bulled up. And then when it fails, it crashes. So you'll have a lot of counter, like, I don't know, sentiment in there. Like you'll hear a bull say, that's not spot up, fall up, or it's not going to come crashing down. You're a bear. And you're like, no, dude, it's going to come crashing down. And it still does. Their hair is on fire. They go away, and you're kind of right, you know? So we got to talk about that today. So I issued a warning on Monday midday, and I said we're risk off. This morning I issued a further warning and further explanation saying, I'm going to paraphrase it right now. We are still risk off. We're likely going to roll. And have some kind of a major correction. Now, you should not panic in any way, shape, or form. The high is probably not in. We're either going to sell 6850 or we're going to sell 7,000 on SPX. One of those two. We may not even get back there. I think we will. I would say at the worst case scenario, we will like fail 6850. You'll be able to step off the market. Now, let's say we don't fail 6850. Let's say we like pop up over it. It looks bullish. We get a back test. It's successful. We crank up to 7,000. I think you can have, hey, we're going to go to 7,000 from here and still say we're risk off. I think they're not mutually exclusive. My thesis on this would be that we could trade 7,000, but then once we're done, that's like an actual top. We're going to roll the fuck down and start crashing the market. Okay? Now, even in all of this risk off and whether we fail 6850 or 7,000, that risk off, my thesis on this risk off is not based on anything structurally or fundamentally wrong with the markets, the economy, the business cycle. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid on any of the diarrhea. Now, that diarrhea will be there. That diarrhea will be considered to be correct. If we roll and drop down 20%, they're going to say, fuck you, Cap, you're wrong. It's because of this trade or that trade or this or that or whatever. I'm telling you that that's not the truth. And it won't be the truth when those people make it the zeitgeist either. You know, I spent last night looking at October 2022 till now. And it's been nothing but fucking winning. And even this year, I want you to think about February. In February, we said, go risk off. We're going to correct a major correction. Now, they assigned it to like Liberation Day and punitive from the Wall Street and all that kind of stuff. But do you know why we actually corrected that way? Do you know why? We were maxed the fuck out in velocity. Listen to that closely. Like, the market had accumulated so many fucking bags that it was time to take some profit. And not only that, we needed that pressure relief to go up this year. Now, it could have been a bear market if we had something structurally wrong or fundamentally wrong, but we didn't. And it's very reminiscent of the mid to late 90s, where everything is great. It's just a matter of taking some profit. And if you look at higher frame velocity right now, it's stupid. If your thesis is you want to continue higher because the economy is great, earnings expectations are great, business cycle is great, AI bubble's not going to pop, we still need to cool this shit off. And we have an example of that. We have two. We have one in the 1990s. From like 96 to 2000, we would like rip down for like 20%, 15%, 30, 50%. Then we would go up for massive gains. We just printed 42% on the S&P 500 from the April lows to right now on October like 27th. We literally just fucking almost went up 50% in the S&P 500. Now, I know a lot of that's inflation and shit, but that's ridiculous. That's redonkulous. So to not expect people to take some money off the table is absurd. It's absurd. You know, take the money. And not only that, but if nothing's broken, we can continue up. And we can continue to do this in a bubble too. So it's more healthy, literally healthy, the correction we had in the spring for a huge payout. And I think a little bit of that is going on here, is my point. So I'm not necessarily saying like, hey, we're going to enter a bear market or whatever. And there is another thing here. There is another outcome here that we haven't talked about. And I'm like, well, maybe we can print 700, get down to 560. I'll show you the trade rate. I'm going to show you the trade right now, today, just to show you all of this. But there's something else here too. There's an option B, and I'm not giving it a bunch of high probability at this moment, but I would at least be open to it. Back in like 96, 97, what we ended up doing was like we went up. If this was similar, we would go up to 700. And then we would go vertical, like trade like 720 or something. And then we do that correction within the year candle of 2026. And we never go down to 560. We could potentially trade like 616 maybe on a major low next year. We would leave behind the weekly gap, enter the bubble, and go fucking vertical for a few years. And, you know, if we did that, we would still come back for that weekly trigger in like 3 or 4 years. We would have a meltdown like, you know, 2008 or 2001 or something like that. Now, I don't think that's on the table just yet. I think it's something we need to look at. And I don't think 5,600 is guaranteed either. I think you trade it as we trade it. Like, so if we let's say we come up here and trade 700. We still want to trade down to 616 first. If we reverse and start going up, we can. I wouldn't be fucking getting crash puts for 5,600. You always want to trade quarter to quarter, season to season, and major inflection point to major inflection point. Things change. There's unknown information. New information is constantly coming in the stock market. So none of this stuff is mutually exclusive. It can be all of these things. It really can. And I think that's the difference between like making money in the market and, saying outlandish shit. So we're going to look at the most probable outcome at this moment in time. We're going to talk about the most probable outcome at this moment in time. And you're going to get it in a brief. We're going to chart this out right now. I'm going to show it to you. I think I got this. I hope I can do this this morning for you, but I do want you to see kind of where we are. And when I issued the first risk off warning, I did specifically say, don't be adding any longs here, and do not panic sell. I said both of those things. So we'll look for a bottom to add some longs to trade 7,000. If you haven't already, I've already added, but you probably as a trader, if you haven't already, you can probably wait. And not only that, you want to take the fucking money and run some profit. So if we're up at 685.0 or 7,000, you own the market, unless you're in it for 20 years, you're only buying dips. I realize some of you are out there. But if any of you are trying to enjoy your money or don't care if we go to 5,600, then just stay along the market. You hedge the market, of course. And everybody has a different plan or, different goals and stuff. But I just want to show you this, where we're at right now, if I can. So let me see what I got going on here. Hold on. Can I do this? Maybe I do it over here. We'll come back to this in a minute. Don't touch this. Don't touch this shit, okay? Don't touch it. Are we buying a dip here? Don't do anything. I'll try to watch it in the background. I want to buy this dip, but I haven't bought it yet. So if I do, I'll let you know. Okay. I'm just going to give a state of the market update now. And the biggie is this one right here. I hope to God this shows up on this chart. Mine's SPY here. There it is. Perfect. So what I want to show you on just on a larger frame, I'm grateful that this is showing up here. Now, forget about all this stuff up here for the moment, okay? Whatever we're doing on smaller frames, forget about it. I want you to think about this as like a big triangle right here. A big poop mountain. That's a big poop mountain, isn't it? And everything is fine. Everything is great. When you make moves like this, there can be one more, a fifth wave up here. That's potentially still there. That's that 700, 720 trade. It's usually where you leave your runners on. And I think that relates well to where we are. Yeah, can we trade 68, 57,000, 720? Sure. But am I committed to it? Fuck no. I took my money and ran. I'm calling my biggest winners in here, right? This is their biggest profitability zone in here. Up here, I'll take it or I'll leave it. I don't care. Now, more importantly, there's this. There's a couple things that the market wants to see. They want to see a back test. They want to make sure that we can, no matter what we do here, they want to make sure that we can hold this here. But this is filled in. We ain't going back there. Now there's a gap down below here. It's a big one on a weekly basis. Right here. And if we have just candlesticks, not wicks, you'll have things you come up here and this is the actual trade. This is 605.83. So you come down here, right? Candle. Maybe you wick that. But sometimes you get a little extra blood. and you're off and running. So do I think we trade for 600? No, but it should be on your radar. It should be on your radar. It should at least be, I wouldn't trade it, but you should just be like, yeah, what's the worst could get? 5,600. Not only that, there's some other things here that are important to see. You also have this monthly trigger coming up. Now, as long as the S&P 500 stays above that, we're in a bull market. We're on trend. And you can see this 2026 and March and stuff in here. April, you see how you see how this will be here in March, April. This just confirms we're in a bull market still. And it confirms that we're still on our way up. Up. This drawdown is not as much as it looks like either. This drawdown is only 20%, I think. 17. That's not that bad of an ask for a pullback, is it? It's not that bad of an ask for a pullback. This is only 14%, 12%. That's not that much. To hit something like this next year is not uncommon. About a year and a half in, we're due. We're due for like a 10 to 15, somewhere in there in next year at some point. We're due for it at least. Now, where does this start is a whole nother question. This could start up here, believe it or not. That's that entering a bubble trade. And I would at least be open to this. We'll talk about this in a minute, but I think just for where we are today, I don't think that's irrational to say. And I also think a few other things. It helps velocity. It really does. It helps with velocity. It gives the market the ability to crank. You're going to hear bears tell you this is a bear market. It's not. Or this is like a crash. It kind of is, but it should be organized, de-risking, and then more accumulation. Not only that, but there's some other stuff we got to look at here. So we're in some risk-off behavior here. This seems logical to me. Trade this down here, and then hit that 700. You get a lot of panic hedging in here. And if I was a dealer, I would kill your shit just like they killed 700 up here. I would kill your doom down here. I would kill it and move us up. Then I would come down here and start printing that stuff. Does that make any sense? So let's it should, just like a top line, simple, basic shit, it should make sense to you. So if I was looking at SPY, right, today, and we know that we're de-risking. We know that we're de-risking. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 red weeks. That's unusual. It's always unusual. It's a sign of de-risking or taking profit, one of those two things. And this is really what we're looking for here. Just this right here. Let me close this up for a minute. We know that we have a bunch of gamma still hanging out at 700. We have a bear plane forming on SPY at 664.56. This one, we got this one right here, 635, right here, this one right here. I want you to see this one right here. We want to break this guy right here. This guy right here. I want to show you something here. So this de-risking also, so we came down here. When we came down here, well, no, when we came right here, we like failed to go up, came down. This was Monday. The moment we broke that, I was like, oops, they want to come down here. And as soon as I thought that, I said to myself, you know what they want to do? They want to break this shit. Right here. It's like 643 or something. Just remember this line right here. Why do they want to break that? We come back here. We don't have to blast through down here like bloodbath. But what it does is it's the peak below. It's like when I draw the little, penis head thing. You look below because it tells you that there's no support there. Now you'll get a bunch of put buying, crashing, buying, and then what'll happen is delta hedging. And we'll go up and revisit all these calls, 7,000 gamma bar, and then we actually start rolling. And then they go, hey, we're coming back now. Bam, bam. So let me just show you what this looks like. Right there. What happens is you come into the end of the month or end of the year. Right there, we can do it right there. And this could be a failure of 685 right here. We'll just draw right here. We'll make this dotted. Starting to blast down to the hourly trigger now on SPY. So remember, market wants to poke their head down here. Trigger doom puts. Dealer counter hedging to the upside. And then what you'd end up doing is we come down. We park in here. And they were up and running. This would be April, March, go May 1st right there. A little bit of consolidation. And then the summer low would be, I think, July. You get the summer buy in here. And where's Doom Bear over here? There's September 28th right there. It's something like this. And you can see you actually see this come over right here. We'll just do it with a pen. Your A is complete. This is kind of wonky looking, but you get the gist, right? sorry for the shitty drawings, but we end up doing is we unlock the lower, right? Cha-ching. We unlock the new lows. Counter edge to the upside. You get your holiday rally, January, February. It could be December 31st. There's a concentration of these 7,000s for December and January. This could be like December, like late December, early January. We could fail in here. We start the process, you know, wham, wham down here, bunch of fucking consolidation. Summer trade fails. Maybe you get a high in here. You get a little summer, you know, a summer rip. And it starts to fail. So we start looking down into the end of the year, down here, wham. Maybe we turn up and out of here. Possible. This could be bottom. But I would like to see a dip down here. Flush the last bulls out. And you also have to remember that this trade began. You got to remember this trade began right here. And these buyers are even lower. They're like 519, 520. So I think if this is the mid, you know, this is the mid right here. I think that's reasonable, a reasonable expectation. I think the most bullish outcome is here, the mid is here, and the ugly is here. So I think that midway is a nice, if we bounce above it, we're good. We're out of here. Bye-bye. Come down here to the mid. That's about probably your best bet, right? And this, of course, is your 5% chance of this happening. This is where your doomers think we're going. And this truly is where the smart money is, right here. That's where they are. I think that's reasonable. This to me is reasonable. You notice how I say to you, we're risk off. But we can trade 85 and go down. We can trade 700. We can even trade 720 and go down. I think this is the most probable outcome into next year. Now, there's some fly in the ointment here. I don't know if we do this or not. And I don't think we can talk about this until springtime, or not spring, but in particular, January and February. If you see this trade get out of control, and some of you guys know what I'm talking about, like this, like vertical shit. I don't think we do this, but if we do, it would be reminiscent of the mid to late 90s. And what they did in the 90s was, I checked. I looked at all this shit. I looked back. I read the news articles. I read everything. And there was an idea that we were going to do the same thing. And instead what we did was we went fucking vertical in January. And all of a sudden you had like a year where we were correcting more like this. Like wham, wham down here. And the next year, and we didn't give any of this shit back. Like none of it. Now I can't predict that. And I don't think anyone out there can. I don't think anybody can predict that. That was an anomaly that took place. The only thing that's similar is the fact that we're doing the internet thing with the second internet revolution with robotics and AI. If that playbook is in play here, you have to at least respect it. If we see price action like that in January, February, we want to chase it to the upside. So just be aware that that's like that outcome up here, this outcome is very similar to the outcome that's the bloodbath. It's like a 5% chance. So like this. I give it no time of day. Not that we can't do it. I don't consider it. So this would be like a 5% chance. This is a 5% chance too. Sorry. This is probably like your biggest percentage chance. Your biggest percentage chance is right about here, 30% of that happening. This up here is like 15. So I got this wrong here. Hold on. Yeah, that's about a 15 right there. And I say 30 for this because of the capitulation. Normally when we roll down that much, there's like a fuck you moment. There's always like one big red fucking bar that just flushes every last asshole out. You're seeing that in Bitcoin, right? Just like one more fucking fuck you. Early buyers, the last people holding on to that trade. It's like, you know, like 5% chance, 5% chance. I think like this might be your best chance here, but I don't think so. I think it's like 30 total in here. Sorry, 5, 15, 30, and this is 5. Right around there. Something like that. But I want you to be aware of that as we move forward. And I think it's okay for you to have this outlook up here. Now, there's another problem here. Not quite a problem, but we need to talk about this. So let's look at this right here. So we're positing that we're so doomish down here right now. The market wants to unlock this downside. We want to pay attention to this for a few reasons. If the market is unable to unlock, the reason for that is because of this right here. See Poop Island? You can see the break right here. If we can't unlock that, that would be a really bullish sign for that enter a bubble thing. So if you don't see that get unlocked right there, that would make me even more bullish for entering a bubble next year. When we unlock this, theoretically, that's the plan. That's what it looks like. I'm going to go with that being the plan. So let's say we unlock this at some point. The real danger here is where do we roll? And so when we come into the beginning of December, we want to see how high does this go before it fails. You know, does it fail at 85? Does it fail at 700? Is there any kind of like equal high lower? So let's just draw some bars in here. Pretend it's like this, okay? Make this red. Remember the equal highs, right? We got a leg here. Here's your leg for the down, right? It could be like this and then up and then down. If we've unlocked this, it doesn't matter. Even if we get the cup and handle, it still goes down. This unlock is the key. And the other thing is, where do we begin to roll? Remember where the roll started? It started right here. It could end much earlier. It could be like right here. An exact number is on SPY where it would begin to roll or potentially begin to roll is 672.16. It doesn't matter if we're like, so poke our heads down. It could start rolling right here. We could do a little wick, then immediately start going down. We just want to be paying attention. I want to say the first week of December. December 5th, 6th, maybe the 3rd. I'll look at the exact date right now. December 5th. December 5th, we want to, like, so by December 5th, we want to see, like, by December 5th, we want to see, like, poke our heads up here. We want to see that. Seriously. It needs to be, like, extremely bullish. And then we start cranking up here. We sell the all-time high, and then we're up here in January, December 31st, January. Something like that. Or mid-January, maybe. Maybe January OpEx, possibly. But you want to see, like, bullishness. But be ready for that roll even in early December. There's a lot of risk in here. I would not be long the market with, like, owning SPY, or you could do like 0 to 8s weeklies, spreads, that kind of stuff. You have to be willing to lose your money and be wrong, or take the hit if you need to. And you want to be paying very close attention to this bar, whatever that bar is right there. Do we hit this low or not? We don't have to hit it, but I would be watching it really closely. I think the exact number is like an exact number. If we unlock a roll is 646.39. So just under, it could be like 643. I think I got a target of like 643 and change. But you know, you want to be watching if we unlock that shit down there. And when we're down there doing that, if we do that, you're also going to hear a lot of fucking noise. You're going to hear like crash. You're going to hear, I don't know, it's the dollar trade. It's the fucking rates. It's the extension of QT. You're going to hear that it's credit worthiness. You're going to hear all kinds of shit. And it's all just noise. It's all meant to create buyers of puts, basically. And hedging, and you'll get it, like, it'll be required from charters and stuff, and don't pay attention to that. Just look for the long to the upside. Okay? Now, if let's say we do the let's say come down here and unlock this. And here's December, right? If we do start to stall, let's say we're like boom, boom, do it like this. Bam, 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 bam. Right? Theoretically, right? We come into like beginning of December and we start stalling. We're like unable to get a new high, make a new low. We can then jump on the put train. We'll then start getting puts and selling and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, we're going to have a bad December. We're going to crash Christmas and all that. We'll take that trade only if it shows itself to us. Listen to me closely here. Only if it shows itself to us. You probably, when we're down there, want to turn off the internet. Literally. Like, I'm being serious. Like, turn off X, turn off Wall Street Bets, turn off StockTwits, turn off Bloomberg, CNBC, turn off literally turn off the fucking street and all their white paper bullshit. Just turn it off. They'll poison your brain. And it doesn't matter if they're right. Price action is what's going to matter. And I cannot, please remember this video. Please remember this video, because I already know it's going to happen. It's got like a 90% chance of happening. That astroturfing and fear and mongering and all that is going to hit the tape. And do not pay attention to it. And the reason I say that is because if you're drinking that shit and they ramp your ass, you're going to have a bad time. It's going to be messy. You give away $100,000, $200,000 or something. I've done that. That exact thing I've done twice. I haven't done it recently, but I did it a bunch of years ago. I did it twice. Gave away 6 figures twice. And I was so fucking pig-headed. I was pig-headed or bull-headed. Not bullish, but like, it's gonna roll. And I watched my goddamn account just drain. I stayed in those goddamn puts. And it just like, it was like $130,000, $90,000, $80,000, $60,000, $50,000, $35,000, $15,000. 5 grand. I did that. And they just took every fucking dollar. And then we rolled. It was like 2 weeks later. All that shit I bought, like just like 2 weeks later, we rolled. When it went to zero. I was fucking devastated. I was devastated. This was money that I had planned for shit. It was gone. And my ego, it was brutal. So if we make that roll, we have to confirm it. And then we'll jump on the train, the doom train, and be like, oh, yeah, you were always right, man. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, it was definitely because of that trade, bro. It's credit spreads, bro. It's the extension of QT, man. You just shake your head up and down, you make a bunch of money, and you're happy. But you definitely don't have an edge in that trade when we go down there. Make sense? So I think that's where the warning to risk off turns into this being the most probable outcome for next year. And the reason I wanted to post that more specifically on Twitter was because yesterday and last night I read 3 or 4 white papers. And even McGilligot, he's great. But even McGilligot kind of used his words carefully. He kind of used his words carefully. And some other big names used their words carefully too. And I don't think that they wanted to create panic. I think that's responsible of them. But at the same time, I don't think they said, hey, man, we're probably going to have a pretty big correction next year. So I think that as long as you're aware of this, I think that's enough. And I would not be like, don't be looking at this if you're a bear and be like, well, fuck it, Cap. I'm getting puts to right here. Don't do that. It's not how the options market work. You get your puts, then they ramp you out. They destroy your shit. Then you got to hold them all the way to the end. And then they literally stop. And we're out of here and your shit doesn't print. Do not do that. We get new information on the market. We start ramping up here. Then they drop it after your shit prints. Do not do it. Take this trade quarter by quarter and month by month. Please don't do that. I know guys that do this shit and they get it destroyed. Don't do it. Quarter by quarter, month by month. New information in the market that we don't know about. Very important. So don't be like, oh my God, we're rolling. Just be aware that we're in some form of distribution. And it's not bad. Not because of anything bad. This holding this big A up is a beautiful fucking thing. It's bullish. We're on trend, still in bull market. Still in AI bubble. Just be aware that that's there. Look at where this came from. Remember where this came from here. Hey, you got a little bit of a bear market here. We're all the way up here. Quick flash crash up here. Hammer that shit out and we're out of here. This is like a wick. See that little wick right there? See that little fucker right there? See that bad boy right there? See this bad boy right here? That's where you get this one right here. That's that last little bit. We're still in a bull run. It's just monster. Just be aware of it as we move forward. I shouldn't even drawn that I should draw this like this. I should redraw this. More like this. I'll draw it just up. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. No, wrong. It's more like this. But you ever ask like David AMS, it's usually something like this. Whoop. Something like that. It's usually like this one little, it's like what down here, right? You can actually see it right there. You can actually fucking see it. Hold on, let me just show it to you. It's like so violent too. Like right there. Wham, wham, wham. I'll even bring it down a little bit. I'll make it even more violent. Hold on here. I'll make it even more vicious. It's literally like this. It's like straight violence. It actually goes down there or something. Now we're below this. It's something just like this. And this looks like the goddamn AI trade still. And look at that. It's like wham, straight down, violence, and then we're like working our way back up again. It's fucking violent. It's not going to be pretty. I don't think it's going to be pretty. You kind of see it right here. It's pretty vile. Now maybe that makes a little bit more sense in there. See it over here? It's literally it's I shouldn't even draw that. I should draw it like this. Like a big old plunger. Wham wham. Fuck everybody. Okay, back down here. Something like that. And we're off and running. We're kind of like, you could even call this like a might even get a new high in here. I'll potentially even do something like this. Actually see the double legs right there. It's like double legs, end of year. Hey, it's a green year, and then we're back down and we're out of here. Something like that. You get the gist, right? Be careful of this down here. Please do me that solid. We got a nice little bounce right here. Sent us back down in here for 10 a.m. We're going to find out if we're going to do the double boner to the downside or if we're going to go up here. That down below. One quick second here. Vic's attempting to squeeze again. Weekly VIX 9-day is 3188. $651. Don't need that anymore. That anymore. Five-minute trigger is crossing the hourly trigger at the moment. $30. Bulls have one more chance here. Just have to get above 24.27 on VIX 9-day. This white line you don't want to see. We can go up here and squeeze and touch this cross, but it's going to go right over there, I think. Here and then straight down. $657.92. $657.92. It's right there. That's the target right there. Probably have to switch my target one is like 657.92. Target two is 655.86. And PT3 is 651.13 if it gets really bloody. 651.13 would be it's at 4 p.m. But I don't know if we can get down there today. That's the extreme low. We could start shanking here in just a minute. Just want this 5 minutes to cross this hourly here. We'll start partying off this half-hour trigger. Want this cluster to come down here. And just grab that and send it down. Keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this and this right here and that. Right there's the target. This is our first target right here. 659.97. Couple little, some of this stuff to close down here. 659.04. I don't know if we can close that immediately. I think here is like, this is where the FOMO is. Plunge. That'd be nice down there. That'd actually be really nice down there. I just don't know if we get the print quick or not. Let's see what it looks like. Right there. Plunge that down there. Got this one right here. There, and then right down there. There's more. If we can break this right now, we can go right down there. There's another target down here. You don't see it, it's right here. Right down there. I don't know if we can get that though. We'll rein it in a little bit with PT1 over here. 657.50. I think that's reasonable. Don't get too crazy just yet. You have to stay underneath this here. Now lower, it's right here. We want to break through this one right here. Let's see right up here. We broke it. Bye-bye, Felicia. We actually broke hourly support up here somewhere, too. I got a warning that said we broke hourly support earlier. Next put wall is at 6,500. I'll check that right now. Just make sure you got that right. $6,600. $6,550. There's a speed bump on this gap down here. Five-minute trigger crossing the hourly trigger. SPX, half-hour triggers should cross in the next couple minutes or next hour or two on SPX. SPY unable on Wednesday at 9:30 to break above the hourly trigger on SPX. Sold on 66.87 and then broke through 66.40.79. Implies a major downside move coming. There's a magnet at 655 on SPY right now. New flows coming in at 12 p.m. here. And just a warning to you that we've broken 1 hour support, so that could impact those flows. Where's RTY right now? Where's the trusty Rusty at right now? It's like the rut right now is on its last leg before it starts fucking crashing. Your old trusty Rusty gonna give up the ghost or what? Wall Street traders propel earnings up. The indexes are putting out a warning. I'm getting a warning on indexes right now, so like straight down, like verticals downside. Like straight violence to the downside. It would be similar to November 13th. It also shows 2285 on Rusty. I'm assuming you'd bounce on 2300 and then plunge. Close the gap. That's closed. Oh, right there. See if there's anything that's going to come out at 12 o'clock that's going to slam this. Oh, no. I'm going to get pinged for that. U.S. Saudi government investment forum? Fuck that noise. God, I don't want to listen to U.S. Saudi government investment forum. Gone out of here. Why do they have that shit up? What does it say about this? I do want to read something to you here. I read this last night. A quick second here. As we blast down. I thought we'd continue up. I thought we'd go vertical here today. There's still squeeze. A couple things here. A couple warnings to you. We could still squeeze tits off here. You want to mind this white line. We ain't squeezing, though. We're blasting. I want to read this to you if I can. This is about QT ending on December 1st. I don't know if you know that, but QT ends on December 1st. There's like a large argument going on right now about the end of. We still do some QE, believe it or not. But on September 17th, we got a pretty big cut. Personally, I didn't like the cut. You guys know I'm on record saying that I didn't like the idea of a cut. We got a big cut on September 17th, and we ramped. And then we came back in October, and we bought it again on the sausage dangling of a cut. Wait a minute here. That's gone. We have potential to squeeze here. Be careful. Watch out for a squeeze. I'm going to read this to you really quick here, okay? Listen to this closely here because we're in this middle of this big QE or short-term rate cut conversation. QT ending is not really on anyone's lips right now, but Besant, watch out for a squeeze here. Besant blasts the Fed for QE. Its perverse incentives for fiscal irresponsibility, wealth effect policies, class and generational disparities, failure on inflation. This is a very hot topic with the middle class. And even more so, I would say the middle class, and then even more so the bottom 15% are very angry about this. Yesterday, I told you that I had a discussion with my wife about, or simplifying a conversation to her about the bottom of the barrel worker pre-COVID. They were likely working in most of America for $10 to $15 an hour. When we went into COVID, they needed and demanded about $20 an hour, 15 to 20. And then when we went into the massive QE, or not QE, they couldn't survive, so their pay went up even more. You were seeing like labor jobs for $30 entry. So if you can imagine you're a bottom of the barrel worker and you go from 10 to 30. Now you might not have, but if you jump jobs, you could. Now these people this is the bottom of the barrel. They're making $30 an hour. And this is not that long ago. And their expectation, of course, is, well, I need more money to survive, but now that I'm making 30 an hour, why am I not? That makes sense. You guys hear that? Sorry, you guys can't hear that. Can you put it back up again? Sorry. So Trump is going to speak here, and this makes sense. So I want to let you guys know something here. We are on track to fucking go to zero, not zero, but we're on track to blast to the depths of hell right now, and Trump's about to speak. Go risk off if you can. If you're in puts, go risk off. I was wondering, I'm like, well, something's going to happen here. It's Trump speaking at the Saudi thing. I thought it was just like a Saudi thing, but matter of fact, we're at extreme fear is a 9 right now. That's really bad. We have a big squeeze potential here. We're supposed to blast to the depths of hell at this moment right now. I'm not going to put Trump on. We're going to listen to the important parts of what Trump has to say from the news squawker. So this whole argument where your bottom barrel workers now making $30 an hour, it's an easy way to understand this, right? And what they really want is, why am I making $30 an hour and I can't fucking afford anything? Well, because everybody knows you're making goddamn $30 an hour, so they're going to raise the price and everything. And we're not in disinflation, right? Even though inflation came down, the rates of inflation is just slowed. So if they ramped up a bag of potato chips, they're still not going to lower the price of potato chips as long as you're willing to buy it. Now, Besant made it clear This was back in early September before the rate cut, the September 17th rate cut, right? Bessent made it clear that the White House and himself is aware of this disparity and this overarching feeling from the lowest classes and also the middle class. But even the bottom 15% feels it the worst. It's glaring to them. And they're like, well, you're paying me now 30, now I want the benefit of that, and you're taking it away from me. It's still like I'm making $10 or $15 an hour. Now Bessent made this big stink about this, and you're hearing right now a lot of talk about, are we getting a rate cut in December or not? And there's some argument saying we're not going to get a rate cut. This goes further. Listen to this closely here. This harmful cycle concentrated national wealth amongst those who already own assets. Now, this is your top 10% of people. They own all the stock market. They own 83% of retail stock market. The wealth gap, and this is where it's fucked up. The bottom 15 is actually better off than they were. Truth. But now they're making $30 an hour too, and they're like, well, I'm still not seeing the improvement that I should have for $30 an hour. So it doesn't make sense for the bottom 15%. To some extent, that also is felt by, not fact, but felt by the middle class. And in juxtaposition all this, the top 10% are moving away from both of those groups. So the disparity makes people angry, through and through, very angry. So Bessent went on to say, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent came out today, this was back in September, with an essay in the Wall Street Journal that blasted the Fed for its extraordinary and non-standard monetary policies since 2008, such as QE. This is a shot across the bow of modern monetary theory. It's a shot across the bow.
Surely expecting comments from Trump.
Shot across the bow that, yeah, we might have needed QE for 2008, but it should have stopped. And since then, we've used QE for any problem that we've had. And that what it's done is it's pissed people off.
Saudi Aramco reports 17 memorandum of understanding and pacts with companies in the US.
Now, if you don't know what the wealth effect is, it's something where people feel like they're wealthier, but they're not. That's one side of it. Another negative effect of the wealth effect is if you too quickly give them too much money, they start getting angry. In the most recent case in point is, I was making 10, now I'm making 30. It's only a few years later. What's going on? Even if they're better off, it doesn't matter. And the wealth effect has very complicated effects on people. It can be like, it can make you feel like you're wealthier, and then again, it can make you feel like, well, fuck you. I just went from 10 to 30, man. I'm like, maybe I'm doing slightly better, but I don't feel it. Not for the
Saudi
$30.
Aramco say the projects in focus span liquefied natural gas, financial services, advanced material manufacturing, and the procurement of materials and services.
So the wealth effect can be good and it can be really bad. And Bessent's posit is we're listening to people and they're pissed off. And Bessent has a problem with that QE policy and modern monetary theory. And his thesis is we don't need disinflation for this. We just need to expand QT. He doesn't really care about short-term rates. So I think this leaves open short-term rate stuff. You guys, there's a difference between QE and QT and the short and long-term rates. So if you were to expand QT, the thesis basically, so QT is ending. If you were to expand it, theoretically you could do what? Drop inflation. Theoretically you could. I know we all look at like rate cuts and rate hikes as dropping inflation. It can, but QT is the secret sauce. It really, truly is. Breaks demand. It's like soul crushing. If anyone's old here and remember, when I think it's the 70s, maybe 80s, maybe even part of the 90s, but I think it was maybe it stopped with Reagan, but it was normal to have very high rates. It was normal to have very high rates and the dollar to be worth a little bit more. Now I still have some. There's still more. It's more complicated than that too, because a house in the 1980s, the 70s, and the 60s is not the same house that you're buying today, nor is the infrastructure in the neighborhoods that people live in, nor is the demand for where people want to live. We have more people here today too, right? So more people competing for the same places to live. So that stuff is a factor. Sector, but we're not going to get into that today. It's a long, complicated drink of scotch or something in a bar somewhere in a booth. Probably take 3 hours to talk about this shit. But the thing you need to know here is what? He came out and did an essay in the Wall Street Journal, and he said it's the pursuit of the wealth effect. It's interventions that became a de facto
Trump about to make remarks at the US-Saudi investment forum. Again, the live video is on the feed for those interested.
It was a de facto backstop for asset owners. You know what that means? It's a de facto backstop for asset owners. You know what that means? If I devalue the dollar and pay you more money, but you still have to pay all your money to your bills every week and you have no money left over, simplified, feel like you're making more money, you're paying your bills still, you're feeling pretty good about it. Well, someone with wealth can put those dollars into something else, right? And if the value of the dollar goes up and down and stuff, I actually get more wealthy, whereas you don't. Basically, right? Pay your fucking bills, right? You don't get to move your wealth around, do you? When you're poor, I didn't. I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to take dollars when they're cheap and put them in the stock market. I wasn't able to pull them out when dollars were cheap, buy a house, and then have dollars worth a lot, right? Like, I'm just not able to do that, right? Like move my money around, protect my money, grow it when I need to. Money for me was utilitarian. You know, I get a paycheck on Friday, pay off my gas bill, my water bill, pay my child care off, pay off food. People with wealth, they don't have to do that. They pay off all the shit you and I pay off, and they take the leftovers and they go, well, we're going to wrap this into this, and we're going to wrap it into that, and we're going to wrap it into this, and I'm going to make my money work for me. You ever heard that statement? People with wealth say that. I'm going to put my money to work for me. You can actually tell people that if they're wealthy or not oftentimes publicly. They'll make comments here like, I protect my money in this or whatever, and you're like, that guy's got no money. That people that have money, they're constantly trying to stay ahead of inflation. They know that there's always someone coming to get their money. It could be the government, county, state, federal government. Right? Remember when Bush was elected? Bush Sr.? Was it it's Texas, stupid, right? You'll see wealthy people that are liberal, and they'll vote for the guy or the gal that promises tax cuts. That's because they have extra money. So it's the pursuit of the wealth effect. It's interventions that become a de facto backstop for asset owners, thereby concentrating national wealth amongst those who already own assets. He blasted the Fed as bank regulator, citing the SVB collapse. He skewered the Fed for having caused home prices to soar, while younger and less affluent households shut out of home ownership and hit hardest by inflation, missed out on appreciation. Now, that is valid. That is valid. They missed out on appreciation. Now, there's something not said here that is true, too. After 2008, there were some other things done. We
Trump
made
says we're
laws.
working on getting airplanes for Saudi Arabia approved.
We made laws to protect those early homeowners. We don't hear this a lot, but you'll hear right now. You notice in the news, you'll hear ideas about deregulation in the housing market. And there's all kinds of deregulation being posited. When you hear people say a 50-year note is bad, or the requirements for your first home are bad, because those are being deregulated too. Why do you think we're deregulating? To put back in place a way to flush and wash people out of the market in a capitalist society. What we did in our country was we made it more difficult also, not just the wealth effect, but we made it difficult to also wash people out for bad decision making. It created a class of not only a homeowner that was able to buy and earn the appreciation, but regulation didn't allow those people to make bad decisions. Truly. I was flipping houses. I started flipping houses with the newest generation of house flippers from 2008. That's what I started with. I was a little late to the party. Those guys weren't rich yet, but it was fascinating because they couldn't take traditional loans. Hard money became the standard. Seriously. And not only did hard money become the standard, but because of all this, like, you can't get washed out shit, then you're dealing with hard money lenders. And their regulations are even more brutal than the government's, believe it or not. They're like leg breakers. They talk about points, and they talk about deadlines. Here, I'll give you some money. You want to flip a house? You have to have it done by this day. I want it on the fucking block to sell. You want lower points? Do that quick. I'll give you better points later. And I watched and I flipped with these guys. And I remember a bunch of them were like trying to make cash. And after like 2 or 3 deals, they're like, fuck this. I'm going to start saving money. And I'm going to start doing what's called buy and holding. And so this whole new class of investor came in. And they started, old guys and gals were rotating out of large blocks of housing and apartment buildings. People had cash rich. They made a bunch of money off hard money lenders. They're able to buy houses with hard cash themselves now. And they learned how to not wash themselves out. It got even more resilient. Housing market, believe it or not. And I watched this and I took part in this to an extent through the 2010 until now. Right around there, 2012, I think. 10, 12, 15, right in there, I started getting involved. By 2015, I was flipping houses, like regularly, wholesaling, you name it. I did it all. But you hear today about deregulation. And Bessen's talking about the door being shut to another generation, and while we have the wealth effect going on, and not being able to partake in that. And remember, we also had a time before 2008 where people that didn't make a lot of money or didn't have unverifiable income could still buy a house, signature loan. Now, some of those people might have been washed out because they didn't make enough money or they made a bad decision too, but there was still a door open.
Trump says $270 billion in agreements and sales are being signed between dozens of companies today.
Through regulation, there's no fucking door open. You don't make a lot of money, you're not getting a fucking mortgage, plain and simple. And not only that, what you are offered, a lot of people don't want. Not in today's society. Like, tell some kid, hey man, you can buy that shitty 1960s house, that box, that shoebox that's not modern. You can buy that across middle America right now, even today. They don't want that. They want that nice modern house with modern infrastructure. And they're not allowed to have that. Get down there and fucking hit it. So there's disparity and there's anger. And there's rage. And there's no way to wash out fucking boomers. So how do you wash those guys out? You deregulate. And there's something
Trump
else
says,
you
I'm
can do
thinking
too.
about Treasury Secretary Bessent for the Fed, but he wants no part in it.
You can kind of do a little bit more QT. Get rid of some of that QE. You can lower inflation. It's way more difficult to drop pay rates, believe it or not, rate of pay, than it is if you drop inflation. It really is. It's not easy. By failing to deliver on its inflation mandate, the Fed allowed class and generational disparities to widen, he wrote. And he wrote other things in that article. Now, Wolf Richter talks about this, and he says, it is refreshing and 17 years overdue to see a Secretary of Treasury or any sitting government official. You know, he is the adult in the room. Do you know this? Bessent, to some extent, is a smart guy. He's not dumb. And remember, guys like Bessent care about their wealth. And they do need a functioning society for that wealth. So Wolf Richter made a comment on this and says, it's refreshing and 17 years overdue to see a Secretary of Treasury or any sitting government official lambaste the Fed for its QE and asset holder bailout tools that kicked off in 2008. And it's even more refreshing to see him list some of the horrendous effects the Fed's tools and policies have had. Here are some salient quotes from Bessent. Quote, the extraordinary monetary policy tools QE and ZIRP unleashed after the 2008 financial crisis have similarly transformed the Fed's policy regime with unpredictable consequences. Successive interventions during and after the financial crisis of 2008 created what amounted to a de facto backstop for asset owners. This harmful cycle concentrated national wealth amongst those who already owned assets. This took place from about 2010 to about 2018. After everyone got washed out, I was flipping houses in that time. I watched it take place. It was wild. Wolf comments, oh, I so agree and have said so many times I have a special page for the wealth effect. I'm not going to read that to you now. If you ever have the chance, read anything on the wealth effect. It's fascinating. It's not just one thing. It can have really adverse effects, positive effects, and really negative effects. Citing among other notables, the Ellen's article on the benefits of the wealth effect that she wrote in 2005 when she was still president of the San Francisco Fed, titled Housing Bubbles and Monetary Policy. And my page cites Fed Chair Bernanke's 2010 editorial in the Washington Post, where he explained to the astonished American people that the Fed was using QE and ZIRP to create their wealth effect, whose explicit purpose was to make the wealthy even wealthier. So they feel, I fucking hate Bernanke, to be honest with you. uh, so that they feel more confident and spend a little bit more. The wealth effect was a central bank horror story, but it occurred in real life. There's nothing more toxic on society as far as central bank policies is concerned than the pursuit of the wealth effect. And it's bipartisan. Yellen was appointed by a Democrat and Bernanke by a Republican. And it is so refreshing to see a sec of Treasury keyhauling the Fed for having made the wealth effect part of its policy. And Besant hammers on the effects of the Fed policies. Quote, within the corporate sector, large firms thrived by locking in cheap debt, while smaller firms reliant on floating rate loans were squeezed as rates rose. Remember during COVID, we saw that effect there, didn't we? Homeowners saw their property values soar, largely insulated by fixed rate mortgages. No more variable rates, right? Meanwhile, younger and less affluent households shut out of homeownership or even the shot at it. They were hit hardest by inflation and missed out on appreciation. Quote, by failing to deliver on its inflation mandate, the Fed allowed class and generational disparities to widen. Its pursuit of a wealth effect to stimulate growth backfired. Besant's also quoted as saying, unprecedented
the US November
inequality
jobs report has been rescheduled for December 16th.
Which one? I missed that one. Unprecedented inequality is clear proof that the wealth effect is all too effective.
Just keep in mind, the jobs report scheduled for this week is, of course, the September one, so not in reference to this week's non-farm payrolls.
Unprecedented inequality is clear proof that the wealth effect is all too effective for the wealthy, but an accelerant to economic hardship for everyone else. Financial analyst Karen Petru wrote in her book, Engine of Inequality. By extending its remit into areas traditionally reserved for fiscal authorities, the Fed has blurred the lines between monetary and fiscal policy. The central bank's balance sheets directly influence which sectors receive capital, intervening in what should be the domain of markets and elected officials.
Trump to Nvidia's CEO Huang says, it's an amazing job that you've done. US and Russian officials draft a new peace plan for Ukraine, according to the Financial Times. And more commentary from the BLS. They say the October JOLTS report is also rescheduled for December 9th.
This is our first target right here, the white line. We have 3 of them. We want to smash through this one right down there. Entanglement with Treasury debt management creates the perception that monetary policy is being used to accommodate fiscal needs. Expanded powers have fostered a culture in Washington that relies on the Fed.
We have posted the piece by the Financial Times on the feed for those interested.
Voice news disconnected.
Expanded powers have fostered a culture in Washington that relies on the Fed to bail out the government after poor fiscal choices. Instead of accountability, presidents and Congress have expected intervention when their policies falter. This only game in town dynamic has created perverse incentives for irresponsibility. Besant even ties in the SVB collapse. The 2023 failure of SVB illustrates the dangers of combining supervision and monetary policy. The Fed now regulates, lends to, and sets the profitability calculus for banks. It oversees an unavoidable conflict that blurs accountability and jeopardizes independence. Quote, a more coherent framework would restore specialization, empowering the FDIC and Office of the Comptroller of Currency of the OCC to lead bank supervision while leaving the Fed to macro surveillance. Lender of last resort liquidity, and monetary policy. Heavy intervention has produced severe distributional outcomes. Who gets rich, who pays for it, undermined credibility, and threatened independence. Looking ahead, the Fed must scale back the distortions it causes in the economy. Unconventional policies such as QE should be used only in true emergencies, in coordination with the rest of the federal government. The essay is an indictment of QE and of the wealth effect whose pursuit was powered by QE. But somewhere along the line, after inflation had begun to rage and home prices exploded, the Fed had a come to Jesus moment about QE and then started unwinding it. And has continued to unwind it for the past 3 years. And when is it coming to an end? Anyone know? I think I've said it a few times this week. Comes to an end on December 1st. But we can do more QT, can't we? Did I say QE? I meant QT. QT comes to an end on December 1st. But we can do more. Kevin Warsh, former Fed Reserve Governor, is now on the short list of candidates to replace Powell as chairman of the Fed. Moran is talking about cutting rates, short-term rates. That has nothing to do with QE and QT, does it? I mean, it kind of does. They have interplay and overlap. But Warsh, a former Fed Gov, now on the short list of candidates to replace Powell as chairman of the Federal Reserve, came out with an editorial in the Wall Street Journal about 4 days ago. That hammered away at the Fed's current and former leadership, faulting them for years of QE and large balance sheet that it produced, and advocated for a smaller balance sheet, more QT, and lower short-term interest rates. Listen to that. Could you imagine the Fed coming out in the December meeting and saying, you're getting fucking cuts, but we're going to expand QT? That would fucking rock everybody, wouldn't it? And remember, we've been listening to chatter about Fed Reserve Powell becoming more hawkish. In what way, though? In the QT way? Warsh served as a member of the Federal Reserve Board from 2006 to 2011 under Bernanke and supported QE1 during the heat of the financial crisis, but he opposed QE2. And shortly after Bernanke pushed through QE2 against all opposition, including Warsh, Warsh quit. He has been vocally opposed to the concept of continued QE in a large balance sheet ever since. He proposed in that Wall Street Journal article 4 big changes of thinking at the Fed. One which, his second point, dealt with the balance sheet and interest rates. He wants a smaller balance sheet and lower Fed policy rates. I feel like I'm a awkward penguin here saying that, but we haven't heard shit like that in a long time, have we? Come on through, smash it on through. Quote, second, inflation is a choice. And the Fed's track record under J-Pow is one of unwise choices. Now, I think you remember, if you've known me for long enough, I said to you a long time ago, I don't fucking like J-Pow. And then we went into COVID. I said, hey, he did a good job. I got to give him respect. And then he actually did do a good job. Believe it or not, he did a good job bringing all those data points back in line. He did a good job. So remember, I don't like J-Pow. I liked how he dealt with COVID. I like how he brought everything back in line. But now we're at this place where Jerome wants to do what? What does he want to do? He wants to stop. He wants to end QT. So if I didn't like J-Pow before COVID, we're kind of at that next intersection. And that's where I originally did not like J-Pow. As we end QT, the Fed should re-examine its great mistakes that led to the great inflation. It should abandon the dogma that inflation is caused when the economy grows too much and workers get paid too much. You hear that? Listen to this. It should abandon the dogma that inflation is caused when the economy grows too much and workers get paid too much. You ready? This is the shocker. Inflation is caused when governments spend too much and print too much. I can't make it on $10 an hour, boss. I need 20 and 30.
So seeing comments from Bank of Canada's Vincent now says weak productivity is a systemic problem that demands a coordinated approach across the economy. So
like,
December Fed rate
$30
cut bets are paired after the BLS cancels its jobs report. So again, traders are pairing on December Fed rate cut bets after the BLS cancels its jobs report. Some more comments from Bank of Canada's Vincent says we are stuck in a vicious cycle when productivity is weak and it's much harder to meet challenges. Canada needs a better investment climate and increased competition as well as more investment in talent. Vincent says shocks to the Canadian economy have become too frequent and we are too vulnerable to their impacts. Too few Canadian companies are set up to face strong international competition, and that when banks look at factors that drive inflation, the relationship between
Voice news disconnected.
So what's the root of that? I'm Apple. I'm rich. Fed prints more money. I hand it to the worker. I'm a small business owner. Worker says I need $30 an hour. I don't have a printer. Small business closes, Apple destroys. Wealthy people have the wealth or make money off their wealth, right? They can afford to pay the 30 an hour. More concentration, power, money. So inflation is caused when the government spends too much and prints too much. Money on Wall Street is too easy and credit on Main Street is too tight. I'm poor business owner. I can't get a business loan. Too much regulation. The Fed's bloated balance sheet designed to support the biggest firms as a bygone crisis era can be reduced significantly. That largesse can be redeployed in the form of lower interest rates to support households and small and medium-sized businesses. Secretary of Treasury Bessent who has been interviewing candidates for the job to run the Fed, including Warsh, has been making similar noises. This is this week. In another essay published by the Wall Street Journal, in September, he blasted the Fed for its extraordinary and non-standard monetary policies since 2008, such as QE, its pursuit of wealth effect, its interventions that became a de facto backstop for asset owners, thereby concentrating national wealth among those who already owned assets. So Bessent and Warsh are largely in sync on this. Warsh back in 2018 hammered at the problem of continued QE, and he seems to not have changed his mind since then. Target hit. Looking for one more blast to the downside, kind of clean this up if we can. If we can't clean this up, we'll do it over here. First price target is 657.60. But I really would like to see us rip down there and trade 652. See if we can get down here and do some damage. Back in 2018, Warsh says, quote, "My overriding concern about continued QE then and now involves the misallocations of capital in the economy and the misallocation of responsibility in our government. Misallocations seldom operate under their own name. They choose other names to hide behind. They tend to linger for years in plain sight until they emerge. We're heading into intraday negative gamma, just so you know. The downside target here is way lower. Here's 655. Panic at the Disco on expiration day, finally. They choose other names to hide behind. They tend to linger for years in plain sight until they emerge with force at the most inauspicious of times and do unexpected harm to the economy. So it's not like Warsh is saying, yeah, we don't ever need QE. It's just that we use it for the cure-all. It's the crack. It's not like you go to the dentist and you get some codeine and then they don't fill your prescription because you want it maybe after a week. We're just handing out codeine to everybody. You want some more? It's for what ails you now. Yeah, go on down there a little bit more. Ooh. I got to give an update here. Oh, yes. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Here comes that 657, boys. Gap now closed. I'll show you the rest of this over here so you can see it. I want to see this right here. Kind of there right now. Maybe we can hit that and come back up. I really want to see that shit right there. Pretty close to PT1 right here. You can always get back in again. A significantly smaller balance sheet, continued QE, this is for December, which likely means slightly higher long-term interest rates, including higher mortgage rates. Now, before I haven't read the rest of this yet, but before I go any further, if you are poor, do you know if you're poor or not? If you're not, you don't have to tell me if you are or you're not. Without telling, I don't care what you tell people in public. I don't care what you brag about. If you're not in the top 10%, you're poor. Maybe not exactly. But if you have the bottom 15% and the top 10%, and you're in the middle of all that, especially if you're in like the middle of all that and the lower end of that middle class, it's not easy. You know what I mean by that? So like, even if you qualify for a home loan, you're likely buying a starter home. You're likely not wanting to get washed out. You're likely having to work your balls off. You're likely, like me, having a mortgage or two and awake at nighttime. Am I going to get laid off? Am I going to get fired? I'm going to have a whammy. I'm going to have a house fire. Am I going to cut my leg off? Is my wife going to leave me? Am I going to get fired? There's all kinds of whammies in there, right? Some bad could happen to my children. You guys know what this is, right? We're going to have a medical problem. Am I going to be able to work, continue to work? Do I have to work 60 years, 50 years? How many years do I have to work? How many people do you know out there that live middle class? Or maybe you do. And on the surface, you look great. I got a brand new Ford truck, but I paid 150 grand for it. I barely make that payment every month, but I look like I got money. The rest of the money goes towards nice clothes, a house, home repairs, a roof. $30,000, $50,000. Squeezing back up now. I did say if you wanted to close, you can. There are a lot of people out there that I'm guaranteed they make their credit card payments every month. They might have an Amex. They might be able to take a vacation once a year, twice a year. They look good on paper. Walk by them at the Joneses next door. They look like they got money. But in fact, they're probably what? 2 paychecks away from like losing it all? Probably. So even that middle class has to fight. Not the bottom 15. Forget those guys right now. Just the middle classes fighting and clawing all the time. And in constant fear of being washed out, right? And they probably don't get to do what their parents did with them if they came from the same socioeconomic background as their parents. I have an anecdotal story. When I was a child, my father was upper middle class. My father's quality of life was nowhere near mine. Nowhere near mine. Not comparing apples to apples. When I was a kid, we skied every weekend. We had new skis every year. We had new everything. We had a pool, we had land, we had houses. We had everything. He eventually did get washed out. Eventually did. And there was a way to wash him out. He came back from it all, but he got flushed. That's not available today for my dad if he was doing that same thing today. He wouldn't be washed out today. Now, long-term interest rates are predominantly driven by inflation fears and the onslaught of supply of government debt that markets have to absorb, compared to which the effect of QT may be relatively small. So if inflation gets worse and stays that way amid mounting deficits, substantially higher long-term rates could be in the offing under this scenario. Now, there is a problem here. I'm losing the stream, I think. Can I shake this around a little bit? And reset this maybe. There we go. Now, there is a problem here. Even if we were to continue QT in December, now remember your cuts, your short-term rate hikes and cuts, like your Fed meeting shit, that'd be separated from actual QE and QT. If you're reading or listening to me speak this stuff to you right now, right, you probably won't see the benefits of something like this. It would take a decade. I saw the effects of QE. It took about a decade. They had to wash everybody out in 2008. Then it was like 2010 to like 2018. So 8 years, 10 years. Now, those people today, I'm still friends with them today. They're filthy fucking rich. Filthy. There's something else here, too, that is not really touched upon inside of that QE shit. Benefits, government spending, deficits. If you go into like a really high-end neighborhood today, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a veteran. You go to like a really high-end neighborhood, you'd be maybe not so unsurprised at the benefits that are paid towards veterans. I actually disagree with some of those benefits. They used to be really tight with them. Like pre 9/11, you could never get benefits. Even Vietnam veterans, if you're out there watching, you know this, right? You get like a 30% disability and you never got 100. Post 9/11, everybody's getting benefits. Everybody's 100% disabled. Everybody's getting money. That's real. I wish they gave better health care, to be honest. But everybody's got checks coming in. Everybody's like, oh, what about those poors over there, the SNAP beneficiaries? Not just them that's getting benefits. Wealthy neighborhoods, a lot of those people are too. It's a quiet secret. I don't know if you know that. Quiet secret. An extra couple grand, $3-4 grand a month. Get yourself a middle-class job. All of a sudden, you're rolling it in. All of a sudden, you can afford $5,000 mortgage and insurance payment. How do those people afford that shit? Benefits. Government deficits. Taking advantage one way or another. Business owners taking advantage of PPE. I don't know if it's PPE. That's the other thing. What were those things called, Aaron? The benefits during COVID? Yeah, PPP loans, right? All the grants and all that money. I'm a business owner and I can get all this free fucking money, build my business up. All of a sudden I'm rich, serve in the military. There's free money flowing everywhere. They got money coming into prime banks, then being loaned out at no interest rates to hedge funds. Party like a rock star in the stock market. That's a form of QE. You scrape a little bit of off, put it in your pocket. That's a form of QE. That's a benefit to you and I. Benefits people with money, disposable income. Get a nice contract to do this, get a nice contract to do that. Start a company, bid on a government job, pays good. It's all deficit stuff, isn't it? Meanwhile, you got a guy working at Wendy's. He doesn't get all those fucking loans. He's fighting with a goddamn state unemployment office. The state unemployment office in this country, what they do to most of the workers? Tell me. They gave you a bunch of unemployment and then they contacted you this year and said, I'm sorry, we want it back. That's fucking insanity. During COVID, if you didn't work or couldn't work or your company was closed, they gave you unemployment benefits. And then they contact you years later and say, I want that fucking money back. You didn't even get that money so you can reinvest it in your company. You remember we talked about Mary the Landscaper? She did. Of course, they told you she didn't, but she did. She got new lawnmowers, new truck, new this, new that. Meanwhile, you're scraping by, not working, get shitty unemployment benefits. Then they come back for it when you're back to work. Everybody's getting benefits but you. So, a significantly smaller balance sheet continued QT would likely mean slightly higher long-term interest rates, including higher mortgage rates. You want to stifle demand. You cut not the debts, but like fiscal irresponsibility and the benefits and the QE. People have less money. You raise rates in the longer end. Make it more difficult. All of a sudden, people are asking for less money for their homes. And all of a sudden, the guy that's breaking his dick all day long has a shot at it. But that takes time. A significantly smaller balance sheet continued QE would likely mean slightly higher term rates or long-term rates, including higher mortgage rates. But long-term interest rates are predominantly driven by inflation fears, currently at least, and the onslaught of supply of government debt that markets have to absorb, compared to which the effect of QT may be relatively small. So if inflation gets worse and stays that way amid mounting deficits, substantially higher long-term rates could be in the offing under this scenario. Lower policy interest rates by the Fed would mean lower short-term interest rates. And they typically do not determine longer-term interest rates, typically. We did see longer-term rates go up, though, recently, didn't we, when we cut? That was the bond vigilantes. We'll just take it on the long end. The combination of lower short-term interest rates and higher long-term interest rates would steepen the yield curve back into some kind of healthy position after years of being nearly flat or inverted. Higher long-term interest rates, including higher mortgage rates, could also have a dampening effect on inflation. When you have less money sloshing around, the smart people and corporations know that. When you're not giving out handouts to the wealthy any longer, you're no longer catering to the wealthy. We see that happening right now. If you look at corporate earnings right now, Walmart, I think, announced this week or last week that they were going to begin to offer clothing, I think, on par with like a Target or a Gap. Higher quality clothing. Do you think that's for you and I? No. It's because they want to cater to the wealthy that has the wealth concentrated. If you remove the wealth, fake wealth, the wealth effect that helps the wealthiest amongst us, you and I, right, the regular plebs, those companies should theoretically in turn serve all of us. Half-hour trigger coming down now. This is the place where we sell from. You can see us riding up here. See it? Also want to watch this for a squeeze here. Also note that we're coming into 1 p.m. These negative flows tend to end around 1:30ish. Or whether they're positive or negative doesn't really matter. Move that up a little bit. I had that at 1. It should have been 1:30. You got to remember that if you look at if you read or listen or watch earnings right now, companies are shifting. So I'll hear people get angry. They'll say, "How in the fuck are these companies profitable right now? I can't afford that shit." Because they're not catering to you. They're catering to the top 10% that owns 80 fucking percent of the wealth. Those people are spending money hand over fucking fist. This is where the disparity comes in. Yeah, I'm middle class. I'm in the bottom of the barrel. I don't own any of that shit. What do you mean a truck costs $150 fucking $1,000? You got 2 of them? I'm scraping by over here with my wife and kids in my house, and I got the truck, man, but it's killing me. The insurance, the note I had to take out. It's not 30 years, but you know, I was upside down right when I rode that thing off the lot. So not only do you have people that can't buy it or afford it, even the people in the middle class see the disparity between the top 10% and themselves. It's glaring. Everybody should be able to drive a fucking Ford F-150, right? Let's be honest. I don't think a F-150 costs $100,000, but you can get that thing maxed out, can't you? F-250 I know is up there. It's like unobtainium now for a lot of people. Or even if they attain it, you never know if they're truly wealthy or not. They're probably like one fucking landmine away from getting fucked. Or they look like they got money, but they can't really do what they want to do, right? The combination of lower short-term interest rates, this is where the awkward penguin comes in. The combination of lower short-term, this is where Moran comes in too. The combination of lower short-term interest rates and higher long-term interest rates would steepen the yield curve back into some kind of healthy position. After years of being nearly flat or inverted, higher long-term interest rates, including higher mortgage rates, could also have a dampening effect on inflation. The fact that both Bessent and Warsh are speaking out against the Fed's massive balance sheet and years of QE is very interesting. And, to that point, too, when you need fucking QE, you need it. And both Warsh and Bessent agree to that. If we're just in a constant state of fucking QE, or we come to a point where we're going to end QT, what about when we really need it? That's how you become Japan, isn't it? What are we all going to be fucking renting $30,000 apartments? That's what a fucking apartment cost decades ago in Japan. I shit you not. I mean, it was a yen, but it's a fucking dollar. And the worse and worse and more we do this, when you go to rehab, the rehab is longer. How long did Japan have to go fighting and clawing back all of that QE that did? Powell, the architect of mega QE during the pandemic and of the ample reserves regime that is now keeping the balance sheet at still inflated fucking levels, though it has come down by $2.4 trillion. That's where I liked Powell. And I liked what he did for COVID. I liked that he brought it back down. I'm happy with that. But now we're at this inflection point where it's like pre-2018 where I fucking didn't like Powell. Do I want to go back to not liking Powell? So Powell, the architect of mega QE and pandemic and the ample reserves regime that is now keeping the balance sheet at the still inflated level, that has come down by $2.4 trillion. He's on the way out as chairman. The fact that Bessent put Warsh on the short list, even if Warsh doesn't make it, and we got Moran, the proponent for cutting rates. So it's all starting to come together, right? Could be a sign that a major balance sheet rethink that has been circulating for a while is gaining momentum. And remember, we have the end of the year coming. We have a rate decision coming up. And what do we have today? It's 1 p.m. What do we have today? We got the Fed minutes. We have Fed minutes today on this topic I'm discussing with you. We have questions of rate cuts or no rate cuts. Who doesn't want those rate cuts? Who does want those rate cuts? We have question of who the chair is going to be. I'm sure there'll be more discussion about a lame duck chair. And we had some discussion this week about Chair Fed wanting to stay on. Fed Chair Jay Powell wanting to stay on in some capacity. What kind of capacity, Jerome? Well, this could be a major revamping next year in 2026. We need to pay close attention to this story about QT. It ends on December 1st. You're going home for Thanksgiving to speak to your family members. This will impact the stock market. There's danger here. There's pain, too. Remember that the stock market is inflated because of what? Inflation, QE. When you talk about the de-dollarization or the devaluing of the dollar, it's actually revaluing it, right? Revaluing the dollar. The dollar has more weight to it. Right now, the dollar is fucking worthless. You can look back in the early 80s. We went like this. When people say we can't go any higher, Cap, it's vertical, bro. Why is that? Inflation is kind of a QE. It's devaluing of the dollar. Let me ask you a serious question. If they changed where they said, hey, we're going to continue QT, we're going to be more fiscally responsible, we're going to deregulate, try to wash more of these boomers out. We're going to bring in a new Fed chair. We're going to do all this stuff. What do you think happens to the stock market? It gets revalued, doesn't it? I'm going to vacuum extra money out of the system. That also means for you, if you're poorish and you want to suckle at the tit of wealth, between now and next year, or if they continue QT, what would you want? You'd want to hoard cash, wouldn't you? And hide it. Cash becomes more valuable, and people have less of it. Companies have less of it. You could slip through that, couldn't you? You might come out wealthier. Even if you make a little bit of money. I make $30 an hour, man. Inflation's coming down. I can save $100 a week. Now they're going to try to vacuum that out of the system. And while they're doing it, you'll see like the fucking fat rats. The pigs will try to take it from you first. Companies will try to, as much as I can get. I'm used to having $1,000. Now they're doing more QT. There's not many money left to keep me that 1,000, right? So I got to take it from somebody. They're going to come for you first. It's almost like hiding your money under the mattresses. It's reminiscent to me of that time period in early 1900s. Why are you hiding money under your mattress now? Because the government will take it from me. Especially if they revalue the dollar. I don't know how you get around that if you're poor. But it's in my mind, I'm like, man, it's reminding me of hiding dollars under your mattress. Like you literally take the dollars and stuff them under your mattress. And if they were to ever, over the course of 10 years, revalue the dollar, I would bet that they would have a moment where they would say you have to turn your dollars in. I would bet. They'll be like you can't use them anymore. Maybe that's why we have some people stuffing their money into crypto, right? Unknown money, right? Send it over to some crypto out of the US. Don't declare it. Don't have to turn your dollars in when they make new dollar bills. They did that shit. That really happened. They took everybody's gold. Did you know that? They took like anyone that held gold publicly or known. They seized it. That really truly happened. I see that in crypto. Like these fuckers, anyone with $1. You see poor people that do that, right? I got Bitcoin, Ethereum, this, that, all this stuff. What they're trying to do is if they revalue the dollar, they can sneak it back into the US undeclared and all of a sudden they're wealthy. Poor people. I'm assuming that's the way that savvy poor people are doing it. If I was a savvy poor person, that's what I would do. Try to hide my dollar. I'm saying this stuff to you today because of two reasons. We've got a Fed minutes coming out at 2 p.m. You got a lot of discussion right now going on with cross currents of arguments that are not making any fucking sense to me. saying we're not getting cuts, but replace the chair, you start talking about extending QT, rate cuts look good. Lame duck Fed chair, and the end of the year is coming up, and you're around your Thanksgiving tables and your Christmas and holiday tables, depending on if you celebrate anything. Maybe those discussions are in order. I think you'd be surprised, too, who would be on your side in this argument. I don't think most of us know the top 10%. It's not a large group, and we're not invited in it. We think we're in it. Some of us think we're in it, but we're not. Some of us might look like we're in it, but we're not. I think it's a good topic of conversation. So when you ask how do we go down to 560 cap, that's how I see it. I don't see any end of economic cycle, end of business cycle, credit spreads, unwrapping the dollar trade. I see this. This stuff is material. You're talking about a regime change we haven't had since, a long fucking time. Pre-Reagan, maybe? I don't know if it's real or not. About to squeeze up here, trade the hour and a half hour trigger, make sure that the way is still lower into the close. Also note here, we got minutes coming up in 1 hour's time. I'd be fascinated to hear what these minutes say. Coming into the end of the year, too. So just what these minutes say as a juxtaposition to what I just told you versus what is said in these minutes, I think will be interesting. Or to compare and contrast what I just told you. I don't think we don't stop QT in December 1st. I think we stop it. But I think that it raises the question of continuation of QT and regime change and lame duckness. Remember, we're wrapping the year up. RTY holding up right now. Trying to hold on with the thread. Hourly trigger, it's underneath the hourly trigger right now. bring this over here. I do wonder if we come up in here and just fucking crank. $664.51. This is a little bit lower now. $58. I had that right the first time. The market's trying to create a bloodbath here, if you don't know. It is recovering on its 1 hour right now. I should probably, I'm going to erase this really quick and just show you guys something here. $661.31. $659.67. Right there. And we're still in the same trade right now. Where is there's still like this attempt going on to fucking, it's like down here. Okay, ready? So I want you to know that there is a very large like meltdown trade over here. I'll give you the contra trade here. $664.55. There's also a big squeeze potential here. 667.34. $673.94. And this means nothing on a 1 minute basis. Now, currently, we're underneath negative momentum. You can see it right here. We're underneath the half-hour trigger. We're still underneath the hourly trigger. There's this like bigger downside trade coming up. We have the minutes coming in. I want you to think about the idea of what I told you earlier. What Besant is talking about doing, Moran, Warish, all those guys, right? So you got those guys over there. And then you've got the free money era. If in those minutes the free money era stays, markets go higher. If there's any discussion in those minutes about QT, the ending of QT, or there's discussions or anything like that, we look lower. Give me 5 minutes. I got to go potty really quick. I got to stand up and like do jumping jacks. I'm being yelled at over here. I'm getting hand waved. I'll be right back. Okay. We're going to talk about a couple things here. Haven't gone potty yet. Ready? Let's go back to a 1 minute. Dude, we're just going to want this fucking thing today. This isn't working. I'm out of time here. Okay, that's going to come out there. This is PT1. This is your minutes. This is going to be a fake wick. This is your PT2. They're going to fake you out in here. Okay, follow along. You ready? Right there. That's going to be a fake wick right there. I want to show you a couple things. So we're squeezing up already. You guys are savages. Okay, so this is your PT1. This is the minutes. We're going to hit this for 2 p.m. We're going to come back down and we're going to go into earnings. This is going to be fake. And you're going to think that you're not getting your print on Nvidia. Your real print is coming. So I'm going to draw this out for you, okay? This could be lower, I think. Like right there. This would be like Nvidia earnings. This would be the squeeze top for Friday close. It's come earlier too. You could get this on, there's potential to get this Thursday, 1600. And that'll be your Nvidia print. This will be your fake print right here on today. I'm going to show you what it really is. Now, I don't know. This is also your squeeze top, but you know, this one right here, I don't know if you're going to get it or not, or break it. This part I can't guarantee this here. But I'm going to show you what it looks like. This is the marked bottom here. I want to talk to you about this on a more important level here. So we're unable to get lower here. I've been watching IWM in the background, and this is open for Nvidia to not. This is still down. But there's some manipulation going on. There's some manipulation here. That low should have rejected immediately. So we had a failure up here of a hourly. We had a failure of hourly support. So he wound up blasting down. Took this fucker out. But we didn't auto reject it either. So there's like another bear trap in here. This is really kind of fucking crazy. And not only that, there's Velo is now turning up. And no closing the deal for bears. Now they could still win if Nvidia shits the bed totally. But there's also a fake wick in here. You're going to think, my assumption here is that if Nvidia if they have a good earnings, what you'll do is you'll get something like this and be auto sold. And I think you're going to think that it's not ripping, but it is. I'll clean this up here in a minute. I'll explain it better. But you have the marked low here. There's your top, but guess what you did here? So we went up here and we actually took it out. That's good news for the bulls. But I don't know who came in here and did this. There was like a don't pass this line. As soon as we passed it, we flushed straight back down. And we triggered a way to, blast down here, meltdown trigger. Next leg down, but we didn't do it. So, if you get a bad minutes or a bad earnings, yeah, we can go down. And the door is open. You can see it. Door is wide open right here. So there is a way for the market to get shanked down here. If Nvidia, this is like a serious walk the plank kind of a thing. But what's fascinating about this more so is this. Now we know we're in negative gamma. We know we're in negative gamma. I can't guarantee you get this right here. I can't guarantee it, but if you're like, you get the marked bottom, you get the high, or you get the first impulse move. But here you go. You ready? It goes up here, right? That beats it. You'd have some kind of like, because of the stupidity, I'm like, you'd fail this right here. It's garbage like this. Like you get the wick up here, like you get the new high, and that would be the fake wick. It would just be the tell that you're not done. So this would look really garbage, but then you get the real move right here. And the reason I'm saying that is because it'd be like this: 1, 2, right? Or sorry, 1. It's actually over there, and then your real move's right there, there. Let me just show it to you here. It's here, 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 here. And I don't know if you get this part. It's just like that. What sucks is there's likely a fake wick in here. This is still going to be a part of this leg right here. So you come back down anyways. You get the real move right here. It'll be higher, but it won't be high enough. So it's still part of this fucking wick. And then you're up here. Now, this part I don't know if you get. Because we're in negative gamma, I can only see this one. I can only see that one right there as being valid. And this is all fake. And I can't guarantee the last leg up here. And the reason I say that is because you could come down here, lose this, and then go down here and sweep that meltdown trigger. Saw the news on Friday. The other thing that's a problem too is this is 670. You see 670? So we would stall right in there. This is OpX. This is a fucked up looking chart. What's really crazy about this chart is, let me show it to you another way. This is the meltdown area down here. You would print all the garbage that you need and then sweep back up here. This would recover. There's a lot of fuckery going on in here right now. I just want you to know that into this OPEX with Nvidia, there's a shit ton. It's not quite meltdown, but there's two outs here. I'm assuming if you were taking the trade, I want you to know something. If you're doing the Nvidia trade, you want to capture this here and this here. The real move on Nvidia will come after earnings. Will likely bludgeon down here. So it's really fucked up. If we don't do this right now, we can do it on Nvidia earnings. That would get rid of all that shit that need to do that. You can actually see it in the price action in here. So here is OPEX 1600. This is Thursday 1600. This is the squeeze top. Maybe it's just 2. Maybe it isn't the 5. I think there's a fake out in here for 5. A fake out in there. This is how it is right here. I don't even know if I want to call that a fake wick anymore. Right here. This is your PT1. Now there's some notes in here. You ready? I know earnings are over here, but this is the earnings print. This is my idea here. My idea is this. They grind us down in here. You're going to catch a print on Nvidia earnings. Your PT1 is 667.34. They're going to fade the fuck out of this move. And there's your half-hour trigger picking you back up. There's your hourly trigger picking you back up. You got to think they're not going to print your calls in here. Like your Nvidia calls are not getting printed in my view. So you get like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, good report on Nvidia. Fuck your calls on Thursday morning. They let you ramp into Thursday close. And then they fade your ass with a magnet. I bet you we print 670 on OPEX. It's clear as day, right? Or it looks clear as day to me. It's for the first time, right there. These fucks in here. I've been watching this for like days now. What's really crazy is the door down below is open. I would bet here, if I had to guess, there's some asshole in here. Not asshole, but the market is being roped into this trade and roped into this trade right here. And the market doesn't care if the earnings are shit. We'll print 52. And then swing back up here into 70. There is a little bit of danger here. We never printed 43. Go back and look at this. Hang tighter, guys. There's more downside risk than upside risk. In my view. In my view, there's way more downside than upside risk. So this is our playground right here. Into ER, or not ER, OPEX. There's a few things here I want to show you. They're no longer here, but I want to show you a few things here. So I'll fix this here for you in just a minute. I don't know what's going on, but this is your marked bottom right here. And there's been a lot of, someone's coming in and manipulating the market. You can see it. So like right up here, when we came down, we triggered a flush. So we got flushed down. This now marks this bottom here. It also triggered the ability to go lower. So I will tell you this: if Nvidia does not produce, the price target is 650.24, 650 or 650.24, 651.42. There's something else fascinating here too, which is this gap down here. Not only this gap, but see, there's a gap right there that's closed. Then there's like an instigation down here, right here. If you wanted like a pain trade, right there. So this would be a candle. And you have a potential of a wick all the way down to 643. I do expect buyers to step in down here. And just so you can see that it's there, it's right here. Right there. I think the risk is to this downside. That way you can come into OPEX and sell a bunch of puts, but we could do this later during end of month. We do the bigger roll at end of month, so I'm not looking at that at the moment. And not only that, there's something else funky here. Like we could do this later. There's no requirement. What's crazier about this is we could sweep it now, but why would you be rolling your fucking spreads right now? You'd roll your spreads. Maybe they're trying to roll them before they go on vacation. I would assume we'll save this for like end of month. That's what I would think. Maybe because they're going on vacation, they just want to wrap it up. The door is open. They opened it right here. They're leaving themselves an out, maybe, if Nvidia doesn't produce. That would work. I will say this to you: if this happens right now, it's going to look like shit. Some of the roll will happen here, and most of it happens at the end of the month. But if you started having if we went down here, traders would, any shit that closed today that was rolled, not today but Friday, if we stayed down here, they would be rolling their, instead of calls looking up and into the air, they would definitely be rolling their positions to more downbeat viewpoint into end of year. So we got to watch this closely. My take here is, I don't know what happened just then, but did I lose that or something? I do see a trade that's like this. Slam that one right there, that PT1. And then you like come back to 660, 59. No, right here. You come back right here. And then you're trading this right here. I don't know if it's on OpEx. I don't know if it's right here. I'm going to assume it's right here. Like you do it early. I'd be interested to find out if we even tag this or not. We don't know this information yet, but I would think that we fail this and then fade right into the goddamn 6670. And there's your OpEx 1600. It's 4 p.m. on Friday. And there are a few ways to get there. Shitty ER, bam, back down, swoop in here, right back up into OpEx. Right? I wouldn't even give you that. I would give you more like 1, 2, 3 down here, and then swoop up. If you see any breaking of 650 or 652, that is not a good look for end of month. I'll let you know right now that's going to look like a crash in December. So you have this way. This is the door's wide open for that trade. Would save 670. I do think you're going to get the moon up here, and this is going to be some kind of a fake wick. So I don't know if I call it fake wick, but what you'll do is you'll get the new high right here. And I think because you got the marked bottom, you got the new high. This, yeah, there, it's right here. But this is where the failure is. Like you're like that shit. You probably don't get that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're not gonna get that. They're gonna suck you in here and trap you in. I don't think you should be a call buyer on OpEx. I think you're gonna try to buy calls. And they're gonna suck you right in, trap you right into that fucking OpEx. I bet you we do nothing on OpEx. We just grind. This will be fascinating here too. I wouldn't hit that until after the bell. 1800 right there. I'd hit it right there. And they fuck you right into 9:30 a.m. I'd fuck you right there. And then I'd super ramp this shit on Thursday. Because then you can burn all the Nvidia calls, reset it for a Thursday. This would be like a Friday, Tech Friday on Thursday. No one, everything would be dead. Ramp that fucker up. Everybody's excited for Friday, and then you sell right into them all day long. Calls are fat. There's my trade right there. I got to think about this a little bit more, but that's what I got. You don't need that. You already know you got Nvidia earrings right there. Squeeze top. Meltdown trigger. I should get rid of that because freak everybody out. God, they're really trying to park this and accommodate NVDA, huh? You can see it. There's like there are most definitely right now. In this CR in particular, I haven't seen this in a long time. Like I rarely see this much market manipulation. It's one of the weirdest I've seen in a long time. The market manipulation is strong right now. I don't know if this is because of, I don't know why it is like this. I have no fucking idea. Wrapping up trades for Thanksgiving, maybe. So much fear in the market, maybe. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'll tell you that. I mean, I see it. I just, like, there's a goddamn hand in the market right now. And they're like literally stepping in and manipulating price right now. A lot. You can see right here, here's an example for today, I really do think, I don't think dealers are involved in this, but someone wants this to print right here. And they'll do anything and everything, they don't care. Now, I know some of this is OpEx shit, but I'm assuming Nvidia has a lot to do with it too. The best trade I see here, I'll be honest with you, is capture all of this right into the OpEx. You're just making money above here and making money in here into OpEx. This is extremely dangerous. And I don't trust any of this. I mean, I trust it, but I don't. Like, even this one right here, this should get hammered. Probably the best money-making day inside of this is Thursday. Maybe a call spread, but we're in negative gamma in risk off, so I expect things to fail. But with the added complexity of OpEx, and dude, watch this. They're gonna fucking grind this right into. I would grind this right into 4 p.m. and then I would let it ramp, and then I would dump the fuck out of it into the open. This will be considered a profit taking. I bet we come into like 4 p.m. They let it rip. Profit take. This would be the same characters. They unload Nvidia into the close, and then you're like longing calls again. Like I called them hedging calls at the close yesterday. And I'm gonna check right now. I'm not gonna check right now, but I would bet that you'll see some stupid shit like yesterday. Like they'll load calls for that outcome. Dealers will hedge this down to the bell, and you're gonna like check. I guarantee you check the closing bell one dates for tomorrow, and they'll be fat as fuck. It'll be the same thing as this shit, right? This operation right here. It's the same operation all over again. So you unload shares in here, you get this print again right here, automatically reverses. It's the same setup again. day trader nightmare. If you can find a low in here, if you want the easy trade for OpEx, it would be call spreads that expire Friday and you close them over here. 673 target. 673.94. I can't comment on do we make a new high or not. I wouldn't let you. I would unload the fuck out of it. Like I would unload here. If I was trying to park this market, I would unload shares and just hammer you in here. That also implies that after OpEx we're going down. I give a little bit more. I said I would give I said the Bears have a little bit more going on for them over here. I'm going to go against that. Maybe 52. Maybe worst case scenario 52. Bad print. Back up here 70. Good print. They hammer into here. So you don't have the new high. Park it. Then you'd come back down here and you can actually see it right there. Wham. Maybe get a little bit of fun times. Coming into the end of the month. There's your 43. 52, 43. Sell a bunch of puts to suckers that think we're going to crash. Ram it back up again. This hasn't been easy. This isn't easy. Let me just look at this in a 4-hour really quick. So you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday. There's Wednesday. Then you're like coming back on Friday. All the plebs in Wall Street have to work. You can kind of see it right here too. Right there. See it right there? There's your squeeze top, but you're not going to hit it. I would come in here and I would hammer you. You get the 670. Kind of see that right there, right? And like fucking crater. Remember this door open trade right here? This is open the door. Wham, wham, wham. Fuck your Thanksgiving. There's a Friday. Everybody's expecting the crash. They're selling you puts. Come back on Monday. You know, it's like party time to the upside. There's your holiday trade for... I'll just draw this shit out right now. Me and fucking see it, right? All you gotta do is break this. There's 660. Hammer this shit down right in here. See it right there. 670, down, down, down. You think it's going to crash. Everybody goes on Thanksgiving, crash puts. I don't know if we can come straight up here or not. I think it's going to be more like this. Come back on Monday at 9 a.m. and they hammer you again. There's the 5th. See it now. There's the 5th. Panic him one more time. There's like a lot of panicking in here. It freaked them the fuck out. What's crazy in here is like, what's really crazy in here is like, you know, you go up here, you do a thing, doesn't matter. Bad report, doesn't matter. In both cases, you can see the sellers here. In both cases, doesn't matter. Straight down, create fucking panic. Rip their faces off into Monday. All their doom shit's fucked up. All the bulls are now excited. They buy a bunch of calls. Ram it back down again to the 5th. Kind of have a double bottom in here. If you get the good Nvidia report, I would expect this high and this to be higher. And I would expect this to be like this. If you get the shitty Nvidia report and it's down here, I would expect this to be lower, but like by a hair. That's what it should look like if you get the good report. There's your escape. There's your 684. You can get off the market on like the 11th probably. Or OpEx. 15th right there. There's a lot of fuckery in here. There's some exits in here too, like they opened the door lower. They'll grind the fuck out of this too, by the way. They're going to grind this all the way out as best they can. I would grind the fuck out of this. We can easily trade all the way down here into this close. You're going up, but they can. I would grind the fuck out of this if it was me. Yeah, if you're like if you know how to like sell OTM puts and calls, that's the trade here. Not only is this the trade, but like I've never really seen it. I don't think I've ever seen this inside of a bear market either. There's like a lot of hands in the market right now. Probably because you got vacations coming up. And you got like, I want this to happen. End of year kind of stuff. I'm a little scratching my head about it though too. Yesterday went into the close, and I was a little like scratching my head over the option chain for the open this morning. I bet we see something similar to that in this close today. There's a lot of control in price. I even think if Nvidia misses, you'll probably have bears calling for like limit down type shit, like down 5%. I think there's going to be a hand under there too. So like the bulls want to escape, they can't. And I don't think that there's any like crash here. I see the places. I see where you're selling puts to doomers here and at OPEX. Oh no, excuse me. On OPEX and on end of month, I see where you're selling puts to doomers. I see exactly where it is. I saw yesterday the first place where you're closing short. But there's 3 places for you to close short. There's 3 places here for you to close spreads. Yesterday was one of them. 50, 52 is the other, and the last one I think is 43, somewhere in there. So you're being given 3 chances to close the lower end of your spreads. And also a place to sell puts. 3 places to sell puts. But then there's like exits all along the way. There's like exits in case we crash in December are there. I want you to know that right now. I can see an exit for the market here in December on the 5th. I said this on Monday. I'm going to say it again. I want to say it again too today. I don't know. I can't tell if sentiment will be too degraded. And there's probably people out there that want it to be degraded too, that want to crash December. There's probably a whole gang of traders or, like hedge funds and shit that want to see the world burn in December. They could win. There's probably some participants that don't want to see that, like long only funds and stuff like that. I don't know who's going to win that fight. There's probably a lot of ego out there too, saying, "Don't worry about it. We're not gonna break things. Just hit the 43 and we'll be fine." There might even be a little bit of we want that. We want to break it. So what you do is you like break it sentiment just enough so that people flip to sell side, and then dealers, once all that negative trading is done, dealers could rip us up, hit the 700. Everybody's happy. Get to put your fucking tree up or whatever. And then the moment that delta hedging is done, we actually roll into next spring or winter and kick off that fucking bloodbath for 26. Like everybody's happy, but at the same time, we orchestrated the roll. You can see the orchestration of the roll. I can see it. There is a way to capture this trade for Nvidia. Definitely stay on the edges. I don't think we can see any kind of like outside the range moves. I don't see it. Every time we're like this is like every fucking day, twice a day right now. Something is supposed to work and it doesn't. But it doesn't work and it doesn't follow through either. So it's just enough. If I had a bunch of money, if I had like $1 trillion, a couple $billion, I would just come in and be like, nope, I won't want that to happen. Do I want it to like then complete this other thing? No, I just want just enough to stop it and put it right there. I wish I was SoftBank sometimes. He used to come into our markets and do that stuff. Jamie Dimon went public and said he's a threat to the national security of the United States for doing what he did. That's what this feels like. So it's very rare to see it this. I mean, it's usually not this blatant. It's usually just trucking along. There could be other things going on too. Wrapping up your trades, taking profit. There's probably more support going on than we see. As well. If you're an Nvidia bull, you're not getting your print in my view. Either way. Or if you do, they're going to sell it before you see it in a cash market. I wouldn't be looking for the cash market, or I wouldn't be looking for the option print. Personally, maybe. I'll look at their options at the end of today, but if I had to bet on this, they're going to strangle the fuck out of you. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm thinking here that everyone's going to be loading the fuck out of calls. I think I said this in the Discord last night too. This isn't a new conversation, is it? We were discussing this in the Discord last night. I would annihilate your shit on the open tomorrow, and then I'd let you like run it up for just a day, and then I would annihilate you again into OpEx, and then you'd have like come back to actually get the trade after all that bullshit. Like Operation Holiday bonus for myself at the end of the year as a dealer. That's what I would do. I wonder if it's better to buy Nvidia calls on open tomorrow or at this bell today. That's ultimately what I'm thinking about. Okay, you're gonna trade Nvidia earnings, but at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Does everyone be looking the other way? Everybody all be upset and crying and shit, and then I would ramp the fuck in that open. It would take a few minutes. It'd probably take like 15 minutes. It probably wouldn't be 9:30, probably like 9:45 or something. It would be bleeding and shit. Everybody like, oh God, terrible. Oh my God, no OI in your calls anymore. They're dead now, repriced, and then I'd ramp the fuck out of that. But I wouldn't ramp the fuck out of that. Just buy all those shares back, and that of course would make the option prices go up. So douchey. Like calling a Bill Ackman's out there just lending fucking shares. You want to borrow some shares to buy it all back? Here, have mine. True. Give me like 5. I gotta go potty. I just hooked my leg underneath the chair again. My legs are gonna hurt for like a week. Hold on one second, right back. What can you hear? Can you hear something right now? You guys can hear my voice, right? You guys can hear chirps. Let me just check here. I'm gonna mute Discord. What can you hear? Chirps?
Fitch ratings say US state budgets are tested by slower revenue growth and federal policy shifts.
Say something again the next time you hear it. I can't hear it on my end. I got it. That has to stay on. I think. Hold on. I think that has to stay on because it's a news alert. It's written.
We have posted the full piece by Fitch ratings on the feed for those interested.
So that means that a news thing came across the wire. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, roger that. Okay, so you're saying that if you have it, hold on here, guys. No, I understand what your point is now. Someone said if you turn your volume up, it's loud as fuck in your office or something, right? Hold on here.
S&P turns lower, last down spot 1%.
I see what you're saying. So if you turn up, so like the level of the news chirp is too high, right? Let me see if I can turn it off. Maybe there's a function here where I can turn it off. I think I see what you're. Hold on here. Let me look. I get what you're saying here. So if I mute the news settings, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. It kind of sucks because I get what you're getting. I get what you're coming at from. I don't know if there's a way to turn it off. No, I can understand where it would be too loud. I get what they're saying. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, you know what the issue that I have is that like the news squawker, the guy that's talking, he's on like full blast because it's so low, but it's coming across the same channel as that news chirp. So like it's kind of, I have to think about, I don't even know if there's a way to do that maybe. Can't keep HR out of your office when it just happened again. Let me see if I can turn that down. I think it's meant to get your like my attention. Yeah, Trip, can you ask can you send an email to Financial Juice and ask if they can how to mute just the news chirp? Not the tick strike, but the news post chirp. without muting the tab because I want to listen to the speaker. Yeah, it's financial. I usually mute Discord and I mute and there's some other things playing here that I mute in the background that have like sometimes they'll chimes and shit. I should have grabbed some calls here so I could go both sides. I should have grabbed calls on that downside. I got puts for today. This would be a good place to buy some calls and just go both sides. Calls expiring today are stupid expensive. 667s are 16 cents. No. I want to mute the chirp. Ready? I want to mute the My News. I want to mute the My News post chirps, but not mute the voice news squawker. Please and thank you. Someone turns up the show really loud in their bedroom while I'm moaning and wants the chirp interrupts their whatever they're doing in their shades drawn inside of the office. Holy shit. So I just added calls. They were 16 cents and now they're 25 cents on 667. I just so I've got puts on from the top and I got calls on from right there, both sides. I got puts on from somewhere in here. And I got calls on right here. I got both sides of this trade on right now. Now the calls are going back down. I picked them up for 16 cents. Now they're at 20. They were at like 30 a minute ago. They're both dirt cheap. I made some money on some calls this morning. I closed those. I wanted to buy another round of calls. So here, I had calls on. I got torched. I got torched right here. I got torched on zero dates right here. I bought calls again for today right here. I closed those right here. Think? Nope, right here. Right here. Close these right here. And then I tried to buy calls, not try, but I was looking to buy calls like right here. And it didn't show anything, so I didn't buy any. Somewhere in here we violated buying a dip right here. No, I had another set here I wanted to buy, and when we went down here, we triggered the hourly we violated the hourly, and so we came back up. I bought some puts. I think I told you guys close them here. I left mine on. I told you in the Discord I'm leaving mine on. So those are still on. Excuse me. I did not close them here either. They're still on right now. So then I bought some calls right here for like 16 cents. They ripped. They printed like 30. They're still on right now. I haven't closed them either. So now I've got both sides on. So twice today, we've like validated moves, and then they've been sold into or bought. Like we validated a move, they got immediately sold into, so that's just telling me right there someone doesn't want to go in anywhere. And then we violated to go lower into the end of the day. I had us going down to like 52.50 or whatever, and they started buying it again. So what's really fascinating at this moment, our day was looking to trade. Ready for this? Our day started looking. Let's go this together. Let's show how crazy this is. So I bought calls in here, right? You ready for this? So I bought calls in here, or right here. And into today, I figured we would trade like right here. I think maybe I might have closed them right here. I think I might have closed somewhere in there. I might have closed them. I think I closed them right here. I said I closed them right here, but that's fake. I closed them right here. What I wanted to see was the gap closed and then trade 50-52 at some point today. This squeeze here, I was in nothing there. And then I came right here. I wanted to try to buy this up. But it didn't show itself. I was blabbing to you guys. I was like, yeah, if I see it, we'll take it together. I didn't see it. Now all of a sudden we came down here and I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe we're just getting liquidity for the bigger trade to 52. Okay, I'll do that. So he came down here, violated right here. This violated the hour. So I'm like, okay, I got some puts. So I got, is it here? Wait a minute, I'm fucking this up. I'm on the wrong goddamn time. Hold on a second. I got to look at the times here. Let's look at it like this. I got to look at the times here. This is 9:30 right here. This is the close. Over here. Let me show what happened. I wanted a trade to squeeze out the put buyers. Instead, we went down. I got torched. I bought more calls here once I saw the call chain. We went here, right? This is 9:30. And so we'll get to this point right here, and I'm like this. I'm like, I'm like, we'll grab some liquidity. Stop. Okay. I'm like, we'll grab some liquidity up here, and then I'll get sell side. I'll close my calls. We'll start trading 50-52. So I closed calls. We squeezed up. And I was like, yeah, maybe we can buy a dip on the 5 minute. So I drew a box right here to buy. And we started chatting about something. And I said to you, don't buy calls there. I'll let you know. We started bleeding through here. Was it right here? It was either right here or right here. And that's where it was, right in here. I put a box right here. We bled through it. And we didn't bounce on the hour. We violated the hourly right here. That's where we violated the hourly. So I got puts, ran them all the way down here, and I decided not to close them. I left my puts on. When we came up here, when we hit this right here, this triggered a new outlook on the day again. And that triggered me to stop in the middle of the show and go, wait a minute, I got to look at this again. So there's like intentional buying. There's intentional, this is bullshit. A lot of this is bullshit. This is bullshit right here. Well, not bullshit, but none of this is expected. Same thing as yesterday. So you can see the manipulation's real. So I took the puts here and I said, I'm going to leave these on for Nvidia. And I'm wanting to change the outlook up now. But this is where it gets more fucked up. It gets even crazier. So I got the puts on here. We're up here, and I'm like, that changes. That tick right there changes our outlook. So I'm like, give me a second. I'm going to delete all this and just take a look and see what's going on. So I take a look, and what do I see now? I see the bat wings and this nice high. Like we're going up there. But now I'm like, nope, they're gonna shut that shit down. Like you're gonna go up there and they're gonna pound it. What's crazier is that as of this moment, this is intact, but not a fifth wave. It's just like an upside correction of some kind. And they're going to sell the fuck out of this in my view. Now, going back to my original thing over here, right here. I figured I'd just leave these things on. If we get a bad report, I'll get a payday at 4:15. Because of this new outlook, I'll put some calls on, which I have them on right now to print that. So I'm looking for a print here or here after the bell. And I'll capture both sides. Or close one or the other side out. I'm assuming I'll get a print once or twice rather than like go in and out of calls. At this point, I'm gonna capture one or both sides or one side. So like here's an example. So if our calls go up into this bell, I'll close them and I'll leave the puts on. And if we blast down to print this at 52, I'll close those at 4:15. There is something interesting here because I have Nvidia going down after the bell. And Nvidia going down at the bell tells this story down here. And this, I wanted 57. I think it's 57 and then a bounce off 55 and then 52, 51. And I still have Nvidia going down right now. I still have them going. I checked. So I still have Nvidia going down. You know how to turn the thing off? No, I can't be interrupted. I apologize. I gotta like explain myself here. So this is actually valid right now at this moment. I'd really like to run this up, close them, and then like keep the 52 Ps on for a bloodbath after the bell for Nvidia. To be honest with you, that's my plan, at least at this point. Here, let me you guys understand my plan here? I could have closed that. I made some good money. I didn't close them. I left them on. I just made good money on calls, and I left those on too. I'm leaving both sides on right now. I want them for the edges. I did open puts at a decent place. I did open calls at a decent place. So like puts on a high, calls on a low. I guess I could have taken the money and ran. I made decent money this. Oh, that's the other thing. I bought calls yesterday for $1 and change. I only made like 60, 70% on them on that move. I didn't make a bunch of money. So this morning I made money. I paid off the loss yesterday, but I'm pretty much like up 10 cents or something in the whole trade. I didn't make a bunch of money. I didn't like get rich this morning or anything. What's up? Hold on a second, guys. Hang tight here, guys. Just send me an email or something. I had to call my fucking councilman today. I've been trying to get in touch with my councilman, and I'm like, give me the money. Or I'm like, I'll give you the money. I'm like, give me speed bumps and I'll give you money for your campaign. And there was no phone number for him, but I got a phone number for him, so I just called and left him a message. I was like, I'll donate whatever you want. Just get speed bumps on my street. I already checked with neighbors. I was like, I don't want to go and like do a petition. I was like, how about just money? Like money helps, right? Money makes the world go around, I think so. Give me a second here. I'm going to look once more at Nvidia here in the background. I do have a long on that I haven't told anybody because I'm afraid. I do have a long on a stock. It's not options, but I didn't want to say anything to anyone because, well, healthcare has been doing pretty good, but I'm in CGON. It's almost ready for another dip buy. CGON. It's CG Oncology. It's risky though. It's spec growth, so it is in healthcare. There's been some good healthcare trades out there. I'm already long at those, so if you want to buy a dip on it, Try to buy like 38.75. 38.75 would be good. Another place would be 41.37. It looks like it's gonna rip right now. I'm already long this fucking thing. I told someone in the Discord earlier, like an hour ago, that I was long this stock, but CGON. It's Charlie, Gamma, Oscar, November. Let me just look. You guys want to look at NVDA together? It's 3:13. We're going to do an NVDA update here. Dude, this shit is, oh my God, it's right on my fucking buy, right? It's like NVDA is sitting right on my alerts. As it literally ticked it almost exact. I had a buy points in NVDA of 180.24 and 178.61. That's cool. I think that's cool. It's so bizarre because I've got more buy points below it, but I had a buy signal for 180.24, 178.61, and then I have another dip buy at 170, 170, 172, 174. And if it was really gonna, oh, dude, I got alerts even lower than that. I got like 148. I haven't bought any of this. I've been telling people that I want to buy it. Let's look at we'll look at Nvidia together. Hold on. Give me a quick second here. I had them going down today. We can take a peek. Maybe something's changed. My calls look like they're more risk on than my puts. You know, this is really my fucking problem here with fucking NVDA. Like, we'll talk NVDA for a minute into the close here. You guys at least know where my positioning is, right? You see the white line right here? So here's NVDA. So, like, before you do anything, this might help you a little bit. Okay, so here's NVDA, okay? So this is where I'm getting the SPY shit from. Like, you go up here for their earnings, they slam you down into tomorrow, and then you get the real print up here. That's the base case, for me at least. And then you're down in here again. This would be OpEx. Forget the times. You get the gist. Up here, down into their earnings. Back up for Thursday. And then back down in here for OpEx. Does that make sense? In any way, shape, or form, any of you out there? Maybe it doesn't. Hold on, I gotta close these fucking calls. Not yet, but soon. I am gonna close these calls. These calls are printing hard. Maybe not that hard. They should be printing harder than this. I bought them for 16 cents. They're trading 36 right now. I don't know why. They should be printing like fucking 40. Higher, dude. Anyway, all right. I might lose money here because I'm talking. Here's Nvidia. You know, just out the gate, Nvidia is expensive, but it's been like that. It's premium stock anyways. It's expensive. Like cheap here is like $124. To be honest with you. Like that's cheap, but you know, it's premium stock. It really is. It still is, in my view. You know, and people always whine and bitch that they want a discount on this stock, and I'm just like, fuck off, man. Maybe. Not, and when we do get down there, they're too scared anyways. This is my first buy level. I had an alert for this. I didn't buy it. I was going to and didn't. I think I had like a chance or two to buy it and I stopped. It's hit that fucking thing. This is important here. You see this right here? These fucks are buying this. This is shit mountain. This is retailers. They don't care. This is the wealthy retailer. I got my fucking thing open. I'm going to close these calls there in a minute. 41 cents right now. That's almost a 200 or 300%. 44 cents. 46 cents. I'm getting out up here. 47 cents. 48. 49. 51 cents. I'm out. I'm already out. I still have puts on. Those are probably fucking zero right now. I don't even want to look at them. They're worth 5 cents right now. I think I bought those for like 20 or something like that. So I lost 15 cents in this trade I'm in right now. They're paid for. I could close the puts right now if I wanted to. I'm going to leave them on and try to collect the other side. Anyways, let's get back to fucking business here. Fucking Nvidia. Goddamn Nvidia. You know, Nvidia didn't do what they were supposed to do here today either. They were showing earlier today ugly. And they're trading right now where they should roll. Or they, not sorry. Let me put this in an hour. So right here, you see this? You see that tweezer right there? That tweezer is supposed to print like down here into the close. So the same thing's happening to Nvidia right now. But now this is changing already. Right off the bat, I'm going to tell you something here. Like literally right off the fucking bat here. Nvidia, I'm going to change my outlook for Nvidia right now. It's like right here. This is Wednesday. Right there. Come slam straight back down tomorrow. Thursday, 9 a.m. Right here. And then a bigger move up in a Thursday. It'll be something like this. Something like that. I think you're going to get like the tip here that's going to be bullish and you're going to think that it's going to party, but it's not. I think they're going to crush your calls and then they'll print them on Thursday And then they're going to bring us right the fuck back down for fucking OpEx right there. That's what I think's going to happen. So it doesn't run away. I bet you that's Friday at 1600. Right there. It's going to come right back down in here. And you can actually see it. Before we go any further, see it now? Kind of clean. Now, the real problem here is you're not going to beat this one. Yeah, you just miss it. You're just going to miss this. And the thing that fucking pisses me off is that that could like lead to like after OpEx on Monday, down like this, Monday, Tuesday, or sweep Monday and Tuesday down here. It's the same fucking story. Like I would shank that shit down there, to be honest with you. It's the same fucking thing as SPY. So like come down here, right? And there's like this bullshit down here, and then we're finally allowed back up. I bet you the puts are here too. I haven't checked, but I guarantee, not guarantee, but I would think that if I looked right now, this will print the put side. Let me look. I'll look right now. I haven't even looked. I bet that prints the put side. Put what is this? 25th? Ready for this? I got a downside 172. Hey, shocker. Right here, right on their expiry, 172 to print. You can't make this shit up right here. You can fucking see it. That's my expectation right there. This is my Nvidia expectation. I don't even need to look at anything else. The options market will fucking tell you this. I'll post in the Discord. What a fucking shit show. Let's see how close we follow that. I bet you it's almost to a fucking pin. Almost to a pin. Here's where it gets fucked up. This is where you actually hit this one right here. Come back down to the 5th. And then we start running. That's when you start hitting all that shit up there. You're actually going to hit that one right there. And then you're going to hit that one over there. I mean, just like that. Fucking ridiculous. That's a lot of fuckery in there, man. Down here. This is literally the expiry for 172. It's on the 21st. Just check this. No, wait a minute. 24th, 25th. Somewhere in there. It's like 24th, 25th. Monday, Friday. It's somewhere in here. Friday, Monday, Tuesday. I bet they printed on Monday or Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they'll print that downside. This is Wednesday. That'll be in the money for the puts. Everybody's going to be freaking the fuck out. Go on to your Thanksgiving, and then they're going to come back up and rip all this stuff. Puts will be monetized leaving for Thanksgiving. Bulls will be crying. That's how I see it. Same fucking thing. You see this right here? I bet you that fucker just like, boom, start mooning, start mooning, start mooning. You want to see how this plays out today? I bet it's something similar to it. Not certain, but fairly certain. What do they got for today? What, $200? An upside move today, $200. You probably won't see that until the new month. In my view. And you have some options out there for $202 on the new month on December 1st. That makes sense to me. I would murder the fuck out of you right now. Personally, I would. I don't know if that's going to happen, but here, we'll go to an earnings. Where are we at right now? Hold on here. Where's my camera? Where's my camera at? What's going on with my fucking camera here? Why is my camera not in front of the right banner? Give me here, guys. There we go. Hang tight, guys. I know this looks wonky, but it's gambling season again. We're gonna do. You guys want to do SPY, or we'll do SPY? We're only gonna do SPY because I already charted it out. We'll do it like this. We'll move this over here. Here's SPY. What the fuck is this? Hold on here. What the fuck is going on with this? Hold on here. I don't know why this isn't showing, but I'll put it up here. Hold on here. I've got us going just like this. $1,800. Then I got us coming back down for the morning. 182. And then I got us going up on Thursday. There's Thursday. And then I got us printing Thursday night 196 right there. Sorry for the wonkiness. This is like 9:30 a.m. This is like the close on Thursday. And we should fail 196.58. Right there. Should fail that tomorrow. I did close calls. I've got puts on. I'm hoping that we slam this at like 4 p.m. and then by 4:15 we're straight down. That's what I'm hoping. I literally am hoping that we do this right here and then rocket straight down. I'll close those puts before 4:15. And if that happened, I would potentially want to buy some calls on it. You can't do it on NVDA, but you want to buy like Qs, one dates at like 4:14 p.m. If that happens, that's what I would do. I will buy calls if we rocket down here. If not, you buy calls on the open for NVDA. The only thing I would warn you about on buying, if you're not going to buy Qs on NVDA tomorrow, if you're going to buy like NVDA itself, if it rolls down there in the open, give it like 5 or 15 minutes. My thesis would be that you'll have dead calls, no OI, and a bunch of fucking bulls freaking out. So they'll like dump their shit. Or there'll be a bunch of like dump your shit and a bunch of dead shit. You just scrape them up and then you trade them into the close of Thursday. You can even get like Friday calls, I think, just to hedge it. The other thing you could do if you're more like, I need more time. I think next Wednesday, Nvidia, if they have an expiry, I think the next expiry is, I would even do December at that point. Just do like the 5th. There's a bunch of different ways you could view this, but I don't think this is Bears. What I think is that someone said the Bears blew it. I don't think so. I think what they're doing, what I think is not think, but so I have like rules, right? So I'm like, I'm like, here's this rule. It just checked it off, right? And then like just above it, we get selling. And then we go down. Or we break something and start heading down, and I'm like, oh, dude, we're going to go to the depths of hell. We hit our first target, and there's, like, buying that shouldn't be there. And I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, you can tell that someone knows what the rules are. They probably use these are rules that are from a hedge fund, so I'm assuming that other people that are professionals know these things or have more than me or whatever. And they're using something similar.
According to Axios, White House moves to block
Jesus
bill
Christ,
limiting
that's
AI
loud.
chip exports.
Fuck, that's loud as fuck. I see what you're saying about the chipping. I gotta put a goddamn
Further detail into
suppressor
this,
on
and
that
key White
goddamn
House
thing.
officials are pressing lawmakers on Capitol Hill to keep AI chip export restrictions to China out of the annual defense policy bill, according to 4 sources familiar with the matter.
That's loud as fuck. I gotta put a goddamn suppressor on that thing too. I still haven't done
David
that.
Sachs had been spearheading an effort to drop the bill, and his effort now has a backing of the White House Office of Legislative Affairs, making the bill's chance of inclusion in the must-pass defense legislation slim to none. Negotiations for the annual defense policy bill are in flux as lawmakers try to finalize language.
The Streamlabs changed their audio sources. They got this like beta thing going on, and it like trashed all my suppressors and shit. I'm flat right now outside of puts. I got some garbage shit on. I mean, look at that. SGD gave me an out 3 times. I didn't take it. I knew what I was doing that, though. Beyond has given me an out at least once or twice. Never took that either. I don't want to. I just want to leave it on. I made a bunch of money. I put it on cheap. I'm just going to leave it there. I'll leave that shit there for like a year if I need to. I'm not really trying to make money off of it. Nvidia cranking into the bell. Leave that over there so you can see that. This is SPY.
Saudi state TV, citing investment minister, says the total value of deals between Saudi Arabia and the US reached $557 billion. We have posted out the Axios article on the feed for you to read through as well.
Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, David. Like yesterday, I think it was Rubner. Like Rubner or Pravorsky tried to spin some fucking story. Maybe it was Harnett, I can't remember. They're hold on a second here. Hold on, I'm just having a conversation. Yeah, I'm catching those too. So what was I on here for talk? Or what was I sitting here talking about here? I was sitting here talking about like so they just got told they're not getting the fucking data. I'm like, I think it was like Rubner or Pravorsky or Harnett or one of those guys. I saved that shit because like I was like they're not getting the data. Why are they even fucking? I was like, why are they even like talking about that? It's got to be a trade they're in. Those guys fucking know they're not getting the retroactive data. They're out of their fucking minds. This stuff is like, you'd be asking for retroactive data from people for like a year, quarter after quarter, and every full year. Oh, by the way, can you actually give us October too? Again? They ain't doing that. There's nobody going to respond to that shit. There's no like human resources person that's going to be like, oh yeah, I'll get you all this and I'll get you all that. Oh, you want it again? That shit ain't fucking happening. That data will be so fucking, it'll be so skewed that you can't rely upon it. It's unreliable. So you just wipe it. And then these fucking guys are like, like they're going to do that. And I'm like, no, you're not. Here's SPY. Just waiting on Nvidia earnings. I fucking left puts on. I fucking left puts on. I fucking monetized. That's what I did, bro. Did the same thing you did. I didn't monetize the puts. I told everybody to monetize their puts, but I didn't monetize mine. Yeah, I don't know if it will. I think it'll hit the. I think it'll sell. I think it'll sell before it gets open. I think it'll hit this right here, this 192,
with the market on close
and it's gonna fucking bleed into the bell, or into the tomorrow's, or not bleed. It's gonna go red bar straight down. Yeah, it's every fucking earnings, dude. Every fucking earnings. And they ain't printing none of that shit until like they might like I think they print the put side too in like next week, and then they print the upside like December 5th or 10th or something. It really starts printing then. I think it goes up. I think it's going to go up, and they're going to I think that there's going to be I think there's likely someone that's staring spreads into OpEx, and they're just going to call bill. Literally, you guys know they do this, right? You don't know that market makers do this? They'll call a liquidity provider and say, who's got a bunch of fucking Nvidia shares? That's like public knowledge. It's not even hidden.
260 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 322 million. Dow 30 buy side.
Ooh, come on, SPY. Yeah, bleed, baby, bleed.
143 million.
What happened, Spoos? You okay? What are you doing? You didn't like that MOC? What, you okay? Pick yourself up, bro. Just give me like the fucking 15-minute fucking death candle in here. You all right there, Spoos? You drunk? Well, let's watch Nvidia closer here. I got them going up, so let's watch. I'm going to put the Nvidia down here. I don't have Nvidia going down. I have SPY going up and then getting bludgeoned. But hopefully before 4:15. I would love to nail like 50, 52 on Spoos and then recover at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Would be great. I mean, I'm reading some of the Walter Bloomberg stuff right now. It's kind of comical. Big market reaction today. December Fed cut rods just plunged on Kalahari. Meanwhile, I'm telling you something completely different because I think Kalahari is lying as well as the rest of them. I think you're getting your cut. I think you're going to get like a 25 or 50 BPS cut. I think you're going to get a discussion about extending QT. And I think the market is going to, like they said today, what did he just say? He said, I forget. I can't read it right now. I can't find it. Like all this like blowing smoke up your asses. I think you're going to come in like December 1. End of QT is going to hit the tape. Discussion's going to start. You're going to get you already have 2 op-eds, one this week in Wall Street Journal, one in September in Wall Street Journal. I think that's going to become everyone's going to talk about QT. Jerome's going to give you your 2 cuts, and he's going to continue QT. They're going to continue it. You're going to freak the fuck out. And then you're going to be like, oh my God, the market's going to crash. And they're going to tell you that they're pricing in corporate earnings. Then the market stays alive. And you're going to shit your pants when you see that. Jerome also came out this week, said that he wants to stay on board, I think. Or that's maybe coulda, shoulda, woulda, possibly inferred. Maybe he will become Bear, Pow, and QT. Did BBNX squeeze today? Look at BBNX wants to squeeze too. Ooh, what happened to this company? Who the fuck are they? Oh, I want to check some other company here. I might be buying a new company today. Yeah, I think you'll have that. I think you'll see that conversation right when QT ends. It'll be. I mean, it doesn't matter until it hits the wire. So, um, but I know a lot about this stuff. So everyone that's spewing shit, I'm like, they're lying. That guy's lying. That guy's lying. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. That guy is just spewing bullshit. That guy's talking horse shit over there. I'm like, I had Fed speakers this week saying we didn't hit 2% fucking inflation target. I'm like, that guy's bold-faced lying. It's like, you're not getting any cuts. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We hit our target inflation. What are you like? What are you talking about right now? He's like, people are dumb. That's how I felt. That's how I felt about it. I'll just spew this bullshit and no one will care. No one knows anyways. They just read tweets and shit. That's how I felt about it this week. No, does not carry a rally. No, you're not understanding. Time out. Like Nvidia does not carry a rally. Like Nvidia like fails though Nvidia hits like 192 and fails into the open tomorrow. It should rally Thursday. They'll destroy your calls with OI. And then they'll like come up here and like hit 194 and change and fail right there too. They won't. Then they're gonna burn that shit into the. They're gonna print the put side. Then they're gonna come back up and print your calls like mid-December. Like this is. You don't think this is a shit show? This chart I gave you. That looks like a disaster to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Next 3 minutes, I hope I'm wrong. That chart for Nvidia looks like a shit show. Yeah, I would. I like. There's the whole thing I see here is OPEX. That's all I see is like OPEX. It's all. Every fucking trade here is like, oh my god, it's OPEX. If we weren't in OPEX, we would not be doing this. It's all I keep seeing. OPEX. Accumulation, right? Dump your fucking shorts. You've got three opportunities to dump your puts. You have like 3 opportunities. You have 3 opportunities to sell puts. I got to look at this from the other side. You got 3 opportunities to sell your puts, 3 opportunities to close your shorts. You got fucking a bunch of fucking like we have to go here at this time period, bro. Yeah, if you think Nvidia's going down, say something. Fuck yeah. I mean, this is a 1-minute chart. I got us going down right here, too. We'll just take this away. I got us going up and down. Like there's no follow through. Maybe I should make it that. It would be cleaner if we weren't in OpEx. We could do a bunch more shit. Like if we weren't down on the month right now, we would have fucking burned today. Instead, we're like squeezing up into the fucking open. Then we're like fucking dumping. Then we're not seeing the follow through and expiration. Now I gotta wait to add more end of year longs. I was telling David, I'm like, or not someone in there. I was telling, I think Tippy, I'm like, yeah, I'm still long, but I ain't adding any more for the holiday rally. And now I want like 52 and 50 and 43. Now I'm being greedy. Oh, I think it's going to end just fine. Well, here we go. Let's listen in. I thought the earnings was at 4 p.m. Oh, it is. I forgot it's Nvidia. He hates doing it at 4 whatever. Well, fuck, my puts are gonna die. Let's do a 420. I forgot. I was wondering today, is it Nvidia? I thought they did 4. I thought they did 4 o'clock for their ER. I thought it was AMD that did that shit. I always mix up the companies that do their ER on time or not. Oh, come on, show me some blood, baby. I got 15 minutes. Very fucking spy. Shank it. Oh yeah, come on down, come on down, come on down, Spoos. Come on down. Come on down, press is right. Come on down. You hit the lucky number. Come on down. Nope, come on, nope. Come on down. We'll print 70, bro, on Friday, man. Come on down. Just plunge it. It's expiration day, bro. Come on down. We can recover by morning. It's like it never even happened. Guys, like, take your 2 cents, man. I would buy calls here if we plunged. If we plunged into 415, I'd buy them here. If we don't plunge, I'd probably buy the open. I would like to buy this right here. What, can I get this? I'm a begging, choosing beggar. No, I ain't buying that. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Who? Nope, not Neo. You guys got the wrong company. You need to go a little bit deeper. Let me just check and see where they're at. Oh, God. Depths of hell. Let me just check this company really quick. Woo. They are being accumulated. Oh, is this their earnings today? Oh shit, their earnings is right now. Oh, their earnings are right now? Oh, I'm buying them right now. I didn't wait a minute. Their earnings are today? I might have to buy them right now. Hold on here. I didn't know they were today. It was today. It says their earnings were today, but I don't see them. Wait a minute. When the fuck are their earnings? The estimated date is Wednesday the 19th. That's fucking today. Wait a minute here. I only got a few minutes, don't I? The fuck is their okay, when the fuck are your earnings? Says that their estimated earnings is today, but it's not. It's the 25th. I still have 8 minutes left to buy calls. I'm actually going to start buying this company now. Fuck is it? Right here. Hold on. EV. Oh, they don't have options? All right, fuck it. I bought them. Thank you. King. I just bought some stonk just now. And I bought it at the Ask. Sorry, I'm buying some stock right now. Can I sell this? Can I sell this shit short or what?
So, reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expecting Nvidia Q3 2026 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.25, revenue estimate of $55.19 billion.
Let's see what happens to the stank. I'm a proud owner of an EV company. I own an EV car company now. Who owns this fucking company? I can't talk about them because their market cap is so low.
Let's take a look at the market wrap for the US session before we get Nvidia earnings. Wall Street traders prepared equities up ahead of Nvidia's earnings, which have prompted worries about whether its sales will justify billions of dollars spent on AI. The S&P 500 reversed a 4-day drop in anticipation of the major chip makers' findings. The dollar surged, with traders essentially pricing in a rate decrease next month because the BLS will not release an October jobs report, but rather combine payroll.
We knew that
information
shit 2 weeks ago.
into the
Stop talking
November
about it.
data due after the Fed meeting of
We knew that
final
shit
meeting
2
of
weeks ago.
2025. Bitcoin fell below 90K.
That
According
shit
to
was
15
known.
minutes from the October meeting, many Fed members believe it would be reasonable to maintain rates stable for the rest of the year. The document was released on the eve of September employment report. The S&P 500 increased to roughly 6,000.
It only matters today, bros.
Nvidia stocks surged.
We need volatility.
Alphabet rose following strong feedback on its new Gemini AI model. The yield on 10-year treasuries increased 1 basis point to about 4.
Do you guys know that Gemini is scraping your did you guys know that Gemini is scraping your browsers and computers? Do you guys all know that? I mean, they're scraping it for everything. Yeah, I have to spend the shit that I did. You guys hold on a second. Let me see. Let me show you guys some here. No, I'll show you guys something here. Hold on.
5 minutes ago until we get Nvidia's Q3 2026.
Hold on, I'll show you guys something right
EPS
now.
estimate of
I'll post something in the Discord
$1.25,
right here.
Revenue estimate of $55.19 billion.
Dude, this isn't fucking news. This was fucking news 2 weeks ago. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Maybe I just need to, like, take the pill and pretend I don't know this stuff. It doesn't fucking matter, does it? Doesn't matter till it matters. Meanwhile, I got my fucking brain is hurting. Listening to these guys talk about this stuff with the fucking hold on, I'll PDF this for you guys. Like there was one guy, I had a better article in here. One guy was asking Gemini, one guy was talking or asking Gemini a question, and Gemini was like, "Oh yeah, man, I know your daughter is like 5 years old. She likes the color pink because she's Google searching pink rainbows."
Today's low.
I got some toys over here recommended for her to buy for Christmas. I heard your wife had an abortion last week, so I pre-ordered you some shit for her on Amazon. Like that kind of stuff. No, there's like a oh, you mean the conspiracy? Dude, my best friend. Oh, you bastards. Why didn't you drop it before 4:15? My boy, dude. My where's Tippy? So Tippy, one of my best friends growing up, he's like getting bored and shit with all the things he's done in his life, and he's like, we're talking about hobbies and stuff this week on the phone and shit, and he says to me, he goes, this has been an ongoing conversation for like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and he said that he was like, I'm so bored, I've done everything, and I'm like, all right, what are you gonna do next? And he's like, I think I want to get into UFO conspiracies, and I was like, are you shitting me? He goes, no. He's like, I think I'd have fun with it. He's like, they're gonna be fucking
till we get Nvidia's earnings.
So they're gonna be fucking crazy. They're gonna have cool shit to do. He's like, I got my first meeting last night. He told me at his first meeting coming up, and they like, so guess how he met these guys? Oh, he met him at he went to Skinwalker Ranch, and he went to Skinwalker Ranch for some event, and he showed up and he met a bunch of these UFO conspiracy people, and they're like, oh, we got a meeting every month, and so my buddy was like, I'm gonna start going, So he's doing that. He's like, I don't believe in
10
this shit.
seconds.
He's like, but I love the idea of it, and they, like having a cup of coffee late night with these guys. Oh, ooh, oh, booze. Oh,
Adjusted EPS of $1.30. It's a beat on the estimate of $1.25.
beat.
They see gaming revenue $4.3 billion, and missed on the estimate of $4.42
Oh
billion.
yeah.
Third
Oh,
quarter revenue $57.01 billion.
oh
beat on the estimate
yeah.
of $55.19 billion. Seeing Nvidia moving towards the upside post-market here. and Nasdaq
NVDA
seeing
printing
moving towards the upside.
190 so
They see
far. Get it
fourth
up
quarter
there
revenue,
more.
$63.70 billion to $66.30
Oh,
billion.
look at Spoos right
beat on the
now.
estimate of $61.98 billion. Third quarter adjusted gross margin 73.6%. Data center revenue $51.2 billion, a beat on the estimate of $49.34 billion. They see fourth quarter revenue of $65 billion plus or minus 2%. So again, Nvidia third
Oh
quarter data center revenue
yeah.
$51.2 billion, a beat on the estimate of $49.34
Uh-oh.
billion. So
Trading
seeing Nvidia shares rising 2%
192.77 right
after
now.
fourth quarter revenue.
Can we hold it for the open? Spoos trading 665.35. Dude, you got to hold this for the open tomorrow for the boys. I got a target on SPY of 667.34.
Nvidia
667.34 is my SPY target.
Excuse me, beating on the estimate of 74.6%.
No, don't say miss.
Third quarter compute
Fuck
rev
you talking about miss.
$43 billion, a beat on the estimate of $41.61 billion. Third quarter
Oh, go ahead,
networking
Nvidia, do
revenue,
it. It's a beat, bro.
$8.19 billion, a beat on the estimate of $7.75 billion.
Bastard
Jensen
said
Huang
miss.
says cloud GPUs are sold out.
Woo!
They see Nvidia sees fourth quarter adjusted operating expenses $5 billion, a beat on the estimate of $4.59
Come on, SPY, keep going. SPY has one more pump in it. There's the first one right there, but it ain't done. It's not done. It's going to trade 667.34. Go ahead, SPY. Do your thing. But you have to hold it till the open, bro. You got to hold it till the open. No, that's not good enough. Higher. Higher. No, wrong way, SPY. Wrong fucking way. Get back up there. Who's giggling at me over there? Y'all think I'm funny? My wife and kids are laughing as they walk by. My kids are home now. They're listening to me. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Pimp it. Do you want to say that for me? Do you want to come over here and say that into the microphone? You want to say pimp it? You want to say pump it? You're okay? I don't think anybody streams when their kids will come home or their wife's in the other room or whatever. Oh, yeah. If you're in futures, get your money and run. Thank you, David. Hey, listen, really fast. If you're in futures or shares, get the fuck on out right now. I would love a cocktail. Thank you.
So now seeing Nvidia shares.
My daughters are they got tears in their eyes right now.
Nvidia says H20 sales were.
I don't think they've ever heard me talk like this. She's got tears in her eyes. I don't think so, dude. I'm just being stupid. It's like Mad Libs or something. Oh, yeah. My kids never hear me say this stuff. My youngest just like walked into the doorway and she's got like tears running down her eyes. Take the money and run. Get out while you can. If you're in futures, get the fuck out now. Oh God, Spoos, where you go? Wrong way, Spoos. Wrong way. Oh no, 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 Nvidia, no. No. We don't want to crush hopes and dreams in the after hours. Get back up there. And you haven't hit your target yet. Are we the only people trading this shit? As soon as we said sell, the fucking thing turned. I think everybody's gone out of the market. It's just us. Are we trading with each other? Oh, you could just pour up. What do you got in there? You got some, well, yeah, put some booze in there. Yeah, booze? Yeah, let's do it. I need a drink. I'm tired of being fucking sober. I've been sober for like a whole week. What day is today? Is it Thursday yet? Fucking Vixpiration OpEx. Oh no, it's Wednesday? No. Don't tell me it's Wednesday, Demi. Don't tell me it's Wednesday. Please don't tell me it's Wednesday. What did she bring me? Oh my God, she brought me a cocktail. A big one. I just called my councilman and asked him if he wanted money for speed bumps. Oh God. I'm being serious on that. If you're in futures and stanks, get the fuck out. If you're in options, we'll see you at 9:30. You better hope there's a fucking buyer there. It's Thursday Eve. The end of this quarter sucked. Get me some vacation. Give me some Thanksgiving vacation. I know David's at the fucking beach. You bastard. Here I am fucking trying to wrap up the year here. You're at the beach. Not this week. It ain't gonna happen. All right, I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Thanks for showing up today. I apologize for this morning with my cat and a bird in the house. That really happened. I will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. We're gonna wrap this shit up this week. We're gonna muscle into Thanksgiving. I'm gonna drink some eggnog and chase my wife around the house and try to get her pregnant.